You are watching Co-op for Two, broadcasting live from Champaign, Illinois, Sunday afternoon, 3 p.m., September 17th, 2023. As you can see, today we're going to play Case 1 from Mugbook, which is an ultra rare out of print game from 1984 that's in the same family as Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective and the more modern spin-off from that, more set modernly, which is Gumshoe, which is behind my shoulder right here. Except this one, Mug Book, fell through the cracks and never really caught on. Maybe we'll find out why. Some interesting new mechanics here, and other than mechanics, a very different focus in terms of narrative. So let's talk a little bit about sort of the background of where you can get information on this game. There is a Board Game Geek there's a Board Game Geek section for Mug Book. It's very thin. There's just a couple of posts there. It's hard to get hold of this game. Occasionally, maybe once a year, it comes up on eBay, which is where I got my copy a while ago. And I've recorded a 1-hour deep dive into the contents of this game, talking a bit about the history and looking at all the parts. So I'm not going to spend too much time doing that today, but we will spend a little bit of time, and we will take our time with this playthrough. I suspect it's going to be a little rocky because there's lots of little fine print. All the text is small, and we've never played with this map and the new mechanics, so this may be a bit of a rocky stream, and it's not well suited to streaming on YouTube, but we're doing this as much as for a historical purposes to get this on the record as anything else. Let me check in with the chat, see if everyone can hear me okay. Okay, so one of the things that I should say is in the description of this video is a link to some files made by a viewer of the channel, Rob, who actually got a hold of a copy of this game a while ago, I guess a few years ago, and not only scanned the documents, but reformatted them in a way that makes them easier to use. Now, I'm going to use the originals because I think for historical purposes it's useful, but I'll take a look at some of Rob's reformatting. But you can find a link and download those in the description. You can also find a link to the video I did overviewing the system. If you're not really here for the gameplay, but just want to see what this game is about, you could jump over and watch that video. And of course, you could watch this later. There are a lot of cases in this book. If you're used to Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective, you know that there might be 10 cases in the original set. If we look at the table of contents here, I guess we'll look at all these documents in a second, but you can see there are like 30 cases. 30, is that right? What's the actual number? It tells you somewhere. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, probably about 30 cases here. And that's because there's a lot less narrative in each case, but we'll talk about that. Let me do a couple more bookkeeping items before we get started. I want to remind you that before the end of this month, I will start doing game development, game design streams where I talk about mainly the game that I've been working on, High and Low, the film noir detective narrative mystery game set in New York City. But tying that into other mystery games and the general design of those kinds of games. And I'll try to give some links to some other interesting game design YouTube channels, but one I want to mention today, just because he just posted a new episode, is the Dungeon Dive YouTube channel is working on his own sort of dungeon adventure game. And so if you're interested in that kind of thing, you might want to stop over at the Dungeon Dive and check out his latest video. And this game was made in 1984, and one of the very classic, maybe the most genre perfect movie in the revenge fantasy sort of genre was made in 1984. And if you're interested in that and revenge movies in general, you could check out Greg's movie channel. He hasn't uploaded the top 10 revenge movies that the two of us recorded, but you can watch our top 10 mystery movies while you wait for Greg to upload top 10 revenge movies. All right. Let's take a look at the materials of this game, and maybe we'll go through the rules before we get started. So here was the back of this didn't come in a box. This came in a plastic folder. At least that's how I got mine. I suspect that there was never a box for this game. And if we look at the back, we'll see this. Here's a game that challenges you. You're a cop on the force in the big city. Here you encounter murder, burglary, robbery, and more. It's up to you to solve these crimes, but they are more than just mysteries to solve. You're on the streets battling crime. There are no dice to roll or cards to draw from. The only luck involved is the kind you gain from experience. After sifting through the initial police report, you must decide how to conduct your investigation. Crime lab, ballistic, and coroner reports are provided to aid you in your work, but be forewarned that situations can change quickly in this game. Included in the game is the rulebook, the mug book of criminals, a large map of the city directory, the time sequence chart, and crime scenario book 1 with 30 tough crimes to solve. Okay, so produced by Power Play Games. I don't know the history of Power Play Games. I don't think there is much, but we do know the designer of this is Keith Olsen. I believe Keith Olsen has passed away. And I don't know that this company ever did much else. Maybe the chat can help me, or probably if there's more to know, I would have talked about it in the first video I did on this. But I do think it's very interesting to set this in its historical context. Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective came out in 80, 82, in that range. And then came this, which is clearly very closely related to Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective. How much inspiration they had from it, how much independent, I don't know. And then Gumshoe came out, which is the Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective system applied to a sort of hard-boiled detective in the 30s. Our current case here is set in the 80s when this game was made. But Gumshoe and this case share a lot in common, and it's not clear who was borrowing from who. All right, so let's look at the materials for this game. First, here's just a fun little coupon that came. This is actually not the original from my set. My set didn't have this. This is a scan that someone was nice enough to upload on Board Game Geek. But you can see that they planned 2 additional scenario books, which is the main thing that has the cases for this game. You could order them here. I don't believe they were ever published, but people still look for them, hoping to find them. And then a t-shirt, if someone has one of those t-shirts, I'd like to see it. $24.95 is what it would have cost. Rob says this is his copy that was scanned and uploaded. Serial number 1361. All right. Then it comes with a directory, very similar if you're used to Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective, but some differences, actually. I'm going to put this aside for a minute, but you can see it's got white pages and yellow pages, but we're going to look at how it's different. Rules. A book of criminals. This is totally new to the Sherlock Holmes. Consulting Detective doesn't have this, but Gumshoe has something similar. And we'll look at this in detail in a second. And then these are the clues and leads and introductions and solutions. And then, of course, we have the map. So let's start by looking at the map so we can get our first glimpse of how it differs. So let's just take a look at a couple pieces here. So we're set in Metro City, and we've got a scale. And if you look at the larger map, you'll see it's got a map grid as what you would find on a map, directions map. So it goes A to uppercase Z, and then lowercase a to P. And on the top, it goes from 1 to 53. So a very small grid here. And if you look around on the map, you'll see numbered locations. So this is number 277. City Hall is 212. This has two numbers in it, 37 and 40. So they're not really organized. Well, I mean, Sherlock Holmes has its own problems with adjacent numbers, but you can see they're not really sequential. They're just sort of random numbers as far as what's obvious here. There's an airport in the upper right. There's a scientific university down here, the Beta Institute. There's different neighborhoods. You can see Crestview is here. And then we've got downtown, lower downtown is here. Capitol Hill is here. We'll see these in the directory in a second. But just to give you a feel, we don't know this map. So it's going to take us a while to find things. Here's Westwood Plaza Shopping Center. It has a whole bunch of different stores in it that are by number. Unlike Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective, we're not broken up into separate numbers for different areas. And in this game, as you'll see, you won't be hunting for places by number. In Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective, the map will say Southwest 25, and that's what you'll look up in the directory when you want to find a clue or see if that place has something interesting. That's not how it's going to work here. We'll come back to that in a second. I just want to look a little bit around the map to give us a feel. So there's some art on the map, some items in our legend here. We've got churches, synagogues, hospitals, fire departments, etc. What else do we have on this map? On the left-hand side, we've got a country club. Down here in the very bottom left, what have we got? A racetrack and studio, movie studio. We've got factories in the upper left. Clown's World Amusement. Oh, there's the racetrack down there. Some big factories. In the center, we already saw City Hall. Then we've got the City Park down here. We saw the airport. On the right-hand side, we've got a dairy farm. Looks like apartments. All right, so that gives you some idea of the map. It's rather large. Number of locations, probably a little less than Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective. If we look at Rob's map that he made available, so one of the things you'll see that Rob did is he actually reformatted a lot of stuff, and he reformatted the map in color so we can actually look around here. There's the university, there's the Beta Institute in the lower right. So we can use the map if we find it, if we find the digital map a little more useful. But it's fascinating to me that Rob has not actually played the game. It's very interesting. Rob had some appreciation of the historical nature for it and reformatted a lot of the stuff so that it wouldn't get completely abandoned and lost to history. But Rob hasn't played it, but Rob knows some of the story, so he's not going to play along with us today, but he's very curious to watch us play it. Okay, so there's our map, and I explained how each place is numbered, but you don't look things up by number. So let's take a look at how you do look things up. We'll look at the rule book, and as we do, we'll understand how to play a little bit better. Okay, I think I read through this whole thing on the other videos. I'm not going to do so now. But let's start by looking at how you use the directory. White pages and yellow pages. Now here's already things are different from Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective. In the white pages, each person listed does not tell you the address. It's either got a number corresponding to the business they work at, or it says they're retired, or it says you don't know. So a number in parentheses, the person's place of employment in the yellow pages, and R means they're retired, and an asterisk means the person is not employed by a business. So they might be independently wealthy, or they could be making a living through criminal means. So if we look at the directory and the white pages now, let's take a look. A little bit of background on this city. Parks, location, okay. So now look at the white pages. Each person, maybe we'll zoom in a little bit. Each person has a number, but it's not a location on the map. Well, it is a location on the map. It is a numbered location, but it's the number where they work. So, for example, Reverend James Alabaster, occasionally they'll tell you where they work. They'll have some extra information, like this guy, Dan Allen, is Dinky the Clown. He works at 142. James Alabaster works at 124. But Linda Alexander, for example, works at 143. Now, we could try to find 143 on the map here. That would tell us the location where she worked, but maybe nothing about it. However, if we go into the yellow pages now, you'll notice, leave aside what's on the left page for a second, you'll notice the yellow pages are organized by section. So first is accountants, airlines, etc. But notice also that the order of the numbering is sequential here. The business number is sequential to the yellow pages. Now you know why the numbers on the map were not sequential, not ordered in a meaningful way, because they're ordered according to their position in the yellow pages. That means if we look up location 143, Metro City, Inner City Center, in a community center. So when we look up our person here, who did I look up? Linda. So Linda Alexander works for Business 143, and Business 143 is the community center. So now we know where Linda works and where on the map it is. So the community center is at N22. So if we return to our map now, and we find, was it lowercase n22? No, I can't remember. Lowercase n22. No, it must have been uppercase n22. So if we go to the map and find n22, there is the community center. It's at N22. 143, which we're told in the directory is the community center. So that's the connection between people, their businesses in the yellow pages, and then how to find them on the map. So given a person, we can find where they work. From the yellow pages, we know what kind of work it is, and then we can know where we're directed on the map to locate it. All All right, so continuing our look at the yellow pages, you can see there are some ads here. Now, one thing that's interesting is that I do not believe that the businesses are listed in the white pages. That's a little unusual and makes life a little harder. So, for example, if we see the Electric Light and Power Company, if we wanted to look that up by name, notice we wouldn't find it. The white pages are purely residential. So if you want to find a business by name, you're out of luck. You need to know what category in the yellow pages it is, or its number. If you had its number, you could find it. And like Sherlock Holmes, occasionally we have some advertisements in the yellow pages. It looks like they are, if you see an advertisement, it looks like it's positioned in the category, and that's the only entry for it. So the Frank Allen Agency, this ad is its only entry. It's not doesn't also have a line item entry. So you can't just skim past the ads if you're looking for a place. Okay, so quite a few businesses here. At the back, we've got a little history of Metro City, a little historical information on the founding of the city. Seems believable enough. Talks about how the tire companies are the big companies, these rubber companies, the previous name of the city. Doesn't seem like it's particularly useful for us. A description of the 12 neighborhoods, sections. Oldest first, Capitol Hill, Downtown, Park Crest, Lower Downtown, Polo Heights. Okay. Metro Technology Park is the newest portion of the city and is considered by many to be a valid 13th section, despite the fact that it is not a residential area. Okay, interesting. And then we've got a list of the streets that run north-south. And on the previous page, we have a listing of the avenues. Avenues that run east-west. Now, these are not alphabetical, so I'm thinking actually that they may be, yes, they are from top to bottom. So for example, if we know we want to find Los Pinos Avenue, or let's take an easier one, Jefferson, I believe the second avenue down, Rio Grande and Jefferson, I believe what we'll find is that Rio Grande is at the very top of the map, then Jefferson. So actually, if someone gives us a street address and we can't find it, we have a difficult time finding it on the map, we could use this listing to tell us is the avenue at the top of the map or at the very bottom, and the same thing are the streets starting on the left-hand side or the right-hand side. So a little easier to find places. Let's catch up with the chat a bit. Debbie says, I like the little bits of lore they've created for their fictional city, like the history of the Metro City section. Yes. Reminds me a little bit of Ellery Queen, which is a game I don't talk about too often, but is, again, in the same family, inspired by Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective, but with its own little mechanics. So here's another little bit about the city here. Population, location. It's in the state of Columbia. I don't know what that's supposed to mean. Fictional city. Airport, Union Railroad Depot. The only passenger service in or out of Metro City is provided by United Pacific Railways. There is an airport too. Flights in and out of Metro City serve most major cities in North America. International flights. Industry, the largest manufacturer is the Reno Tire Company. Metro City Brick and Tile, Fiberglass, Holst Luggage. Couple parks and where they're located. Golf course, City Zoo. Okay, so there's our white pages and yellow pages, except for one extra sheet that's important to us and odd. We're told in the rules that, let's see if we can find it. Somewhere we are told the story of that here. Okay, let's take a look at this. Also in the directory are Sergeant Michael Delaney's notes, scribbled in his own hand on what had once been a blank page. Delaney was a dedicated 16-year veteran who disappeared one evening, believed to be the victim of foul play. Delaney knew his downtown beat inside out. His network of confidential informants, CIs, covered most of the city, and Delaney knew how to make them talk. Now Delaney's notes and the many criminals serving time behind bars are all that remains of Sergeant Delaney's police expertise. So this makes me think that this person's case is going to come up at some point. Like we're going to connect to figuring out what happened to him. That could be just wishful thinking on my part. So this is a little bit equivalent to Sherlock Holmes' consulting detective lists of contacts and allies. And if we look at it, we'll see he's got a list of people that he uses for information that we might talk to. And what motivates them, which is interesting. So Ron Dominguez knows the Northwest Street gangs. He talks to get even, but he's a born liar. Then we've got a couple people that talk for money and what they know about. So this guy knows about downtown street news. This guy knows about stolen merchandise. This guy, Aaron Donner, knows about mob activity. So we could go talk to these people in a case if it seems relevant. We've got paid escorts and street girls. And then he's got a section on guns for hire. He doesn't know their real names. He just knows their nicknames, Killer Sam and the Hatchet. Here's a list of pimps, some of which he has the real names of, some just street names. A list of sex offenders. So maybe if we had a sex offender crime, we might think it might be one of those people. Gambling bookies, fences for handling stolen merchandise. We don't have full names, but Elliot has an office at the Railroad Freight, room 202. So if we've got stolen goods, we might talk to that guy. Here's some working girls, Frenchie Gordon, Big Betsy, Magic Wanda. A couple of miscellaneous notes he has. Let's see what he says, what he's written down for himself. He says, North Star street name is Hooker's Heaven. So if you hear someone referring to Hooker's Heaven, they're probably talking about North Street. He's got a lead on some pot growing near Samuels. Rare book spotted at 228. I'm not sure what this is saying, but I think Petronovich is a bookseller. So maybe if you got a lost rare book, you go talk to him. Saturday Night Special at Macon, Will Cummings at Crestview. No idea what those are about. Winter uniform missing at Bart's. No idea what that's about. And a list of the street names of some dealers. So this is a very, unlike Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective, which just says, here, 10 people when to talk to about their expertise. This is much more realistic, fuzzy, ambiguous set of information and contacts that might require a little bit of work to track down. But clearly this is going to be useful. Rob says, trivia, the brother of the author made these. He does note that in the, somewhere where he gives credit, he does give credit to some people. And one of the things he mentions is that a relative did the writing. All right, so that's the directory. We're still not, I guess it's going to take us some time to get to start playing, but that's okay. All right, so let's go back to the rules for a second. We've gone over the directory. City map just tells us everything we've talked to already, how you can find its location on the grid. All right, now, next up is the crime scenario book. This is where most of the stuff of a case and clues are. Remember, they planned to have more scenario books. I don't think they ever did. 30 crimes. Okay. Wide range of criminal activities, each involving a unique situation, sometimes petty and straightforward, other times felonious and tangled. Okay, so each crime starts with a date it occurred and a case number. Suggests we play them in order, although Rob says don't play case 2 in order. It's the longest case in the whole set, and you should take a break before starting case 2. We're going to play case 1 today. All right. Now, it reminds us that even though someone was involved in a previous case, it doesn't mean they're locked up in jail and might not be involved in a second case. In fact, it says that just because you arrest someone and get them for one case, that might not even mean that they don't get out on a technicality, etc. Title of each crime includes the name of the victim, the type of crime, the case number. That's going to be important. And all the cases in this book, in this set, start with a case number 1 dash because they're from crime scenario 1. Okay, now let's look at this. Each crime scenario includes the time of the crime, the time your investigation is to begin, location, brief report on the known circumstances, information going, a little list of what reports are going to be available and when, if there's an autopsy and ballistic report, any eyewitness statements, any additional information. Okay, and then the contacts are where you're going to, these are all the clues that we'll get into that second. And then it's just telling us the organization of this book, that there's contacts, which are the clues, then the reports that for some cases become available at some time, and then solutions. Okay, so let's take a look at that for a second. Get a precise look. This feels a lot like Gumshoe. All right, so here are your scenarios. You can see each scenario just has a page or half a page introducing it to us, and then we've got the majority of the book is the context section, 40 pages. That's the clues you read. That's like the equivalent of the Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective narrative clues. And then we've got reports in separate sections and solutions. So if we look at, first page just reminds us how to play. The rules will go into that, so we can skip that for a second. Let's just look at our first case. This is what we're actually going to play. And maybe we'll read this now before we go back to the rules for a second. But they all have this same basic format. So there's a title for the case number, that's going to be important in an awkward way. You'll find out about in a second. So case 121 is what we're playing. 00121. Okay, so the crime was January 3rd, no years, at 8:14 p.m. And then it says, begin investigation on 2/1. So the way the rules explain it, which we'll see in a minute, is that the crimes always occur on day 1, and you're almost always starting the next day. And time is important in this game. And they include this little tracker to help you keep track of time. So there's 4 blocks for each day. So every day it's noon to 6 a.m., midnight to 6 a.m. is block 1, 6 a.m. to noon is block 2, noon to 6 p.m. is block 3, and 6 p.m. to midnight is block 4. So this case says we start on the second day at 6 a.m. basically. And each turn will advance this. So we'll get 1, 2, 3, 4 turns before we move to day 3. And you can play this game competitively with everyone trying to solve the case. So everyone takes a turn and then this advances. And certain reports may not be available till the next day. So that means we get 4 turns before a report becomes available, etc. And we might get rewarded differently based on how soon we can solve the case. Okay, so here is our case. Let's read this. The Sacred Heart Home for Unwed Mothers Arson. Report. At 8:14 p.m. on the night of the 3rd, Metro City Fire Station number 2, building Business 217 on the map, was alerted to a fire in the abandoned 6-story Sacred Heart Home for Unwed Mothers, located at Waterloo and Harrison. 5 minutes after arriving at the fire, additional equipment was called in. At 8:35 p.m., Fire Chief Fred T. Bates designated the fire a 3-alarm and called in additional men and equipment from Fire Station number 1, place 216. At 8:50 p.m., Chief Bates ordered his men to fight the fire on a containment-only basis. The fire was finally brought under control at 12:45 p.m. Fighting the fire was hampered by heavy winds and low temperatures, 10 to 18 degrees. Okay, here's our initial investigation information. 2 witnesses reported seeing a man standing in front of the building moments before the fire broke out. See witness statements. Bullet point 2. The Sacred Heart for Unwed Mothers, operated by the Metro City Catholic Archdiocese, had been closed 3 months earlier. Bullet point 3. The property is owned by the Metro City Catholic Archdiocese and was scheduled to be demolished in 2 weeks. The only thing of real value lost in the fire were old records of the Archdiocese stored in the basement of the building. So was this arson an attempt to burn up old records? I wonder. Okay, here's the crime lab entry. Analysis of a small tool chest found behind the building will be ready by 3/1. So there you go. So we've got a report that's going to be ready by 3/1. We want to remember this. Analysis of tool chest report. Okay, so I'm just making a note here. So on the 3rd day, we'll get access to that. A little bit like the way Gumshoe worked. Okay, then we've got a fire department initial report. The building, a 6-story brick structure built in 1928, was abandoned at the time of the fire. Some furniture and boxed material was still in the building. There's no doubt that the fire is the result of arson. The fire appears to have been started at 3 different locations, on 3 different floors of the building, the 4th floor, the 2nd floor, and in the basement. Number of doors had been propped open throughout the building. Furniture that had been saturated with gasoline was heaped in several rooms on the 2nd and 1st floors. At least 5 gasoline cans have been recovered from inside the building. So this looks like a pretty serious arson. And it's not all centered on the basement where the records were. So it kind of seems like they're trying to burn the whole place down. And it feels like this person knew what they were doing. Like an amateur, would an amateur know to prop open the doors to let oxygen in to feed the fire? I'm not sure. And 5 gasoline cans, that's rather serious. Okay, and then we have witness statements. Witness 1 says, it says Mortimer D. Wallace. He's a black male, 72 years of age, 5'8", 180 pounds. So all of the witness statements give us their little stats. Okay, so he's rather old. I was walking down to the phone company, number 439, to drop my bill in the night slot when I see the smoke coming out of the 4th floor of the building. About that time, I see this fella, young white fella with a heavy coat and stocking cap on his head, take a long look at the smoke coming out of the Sacred Heart. Then he takes off just like that. Looked at me. He had something to do with it. He was a fast runner, I'll tell you that. And the second witness was Diana Troy, white female, 40 years old, 5'10", 115 pounds. I was stopped at the light at Waterloo and Harrison Street. When the light changed, I pulled out, and this man ran out in front of my car. I know I hit him hard, but he just bounced off and kept on going. I yelled and opened the car door, and started to get out. That was when I saw the smoke barreling out of the building in the next block. By the time my eyes returned to where the man had been, he was gone. Really didn't get a good look at him. He was wearing a navy blue stocking cap and a navy pea coat. He was white or Hispanic, I think. He had dark coloring. I don't know, though. Now that I think about it, he could have even been an Oriental. He was running from something. Didn't take long for me to put it together that maybe he had something to do with the fire. Okay, and that's the totality of the case introduction. Very different, matter-of-fact, sort of police-centric cases here. And all of the 30 cases have this same format and feel. Report, description of the thing, witness statements, and a listing of what reports will be ready. So all of the reports are in the back of the book. If there's a murder, you might get an autopsy. If there are gunshot wounds, you might get ballistics. Here we have a lab analysis of this tool chest. It'll just be a small half page or something. We might want to find on the map where this burned building is and where our witnesses were. They do seem like they're talking about the same guy because they both describe him wearing a stocking cap on his head. He's running. That suggests he's young, although the channel says not to be ageist, but I think we can rule out very old suspects since they can run fast even after they can't run fast after being hit by a car. Is our suspect going to be wounded from the car? Is he even a suspect? I mean, he is a suspect, but is he the arsonist? We're not even sure about that. Okay, so that's our case intro. We'll need to go back to this not only for the report, but for the leads that we follow, but we'll look at that in a second. Now let's go back to the rules. I can see it's going to take us a full hour before we start playing this game. All right, so back to our rules here. We've gone through what the scenario describes. The contacts section, this is like the booklets in Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective. Further statements, evidence, information to help your investigation. The names of people, businesses, and special situations are listed in alphabetical order here. If there's information concerning the case you are investigating, the correct case number will be listed under the name you seek. This is where it really diverges from Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective, and you'll see one of the weaknesses of this game in terms of leaking information when you go to read it. This is a game that would be fixed if it used an app or if it used separate booklets for each case. But the fact that everything is crammed into one book means that basically if you want to talk to someone, you look up their name alphabetically in this book, and then it's going to list what they say for each of the 30 cases. And you have to scan down and see if your case is in it. If it's not, you have to pretend you didn't read anything else. All right, and then there's a solution section, which just wraps up what the solution to the case is and a number of points you might win based on if you solved it and what you did. We'll come back to that point system in a second. Okay. Now the Mug Book of Criminals. This is a new document, new to this new mechanic here. Okay, so what does it say? Miscellaneous information on over 150 criminals. It's a valuable tool to use during your investigation. You can use it whenever you want and scan through it whenever you want. So let's now take a look at the Mug Book of Criminals. So it's in two parts. The first part are these mug shots with information about each of these criminals. So we've got, looks like 22 pages worth, 8 on each page. So 150, 160 people in this thing. They all have the same format. Let's just take a look at one. So Garcia Condito, he's got his age, his hair color, eye color, weight, height, sex, race, any aliases, and then his arrest record here. Second-degree assault, 1 year in state prison. Concealed weapon, 1 year probation. Criminal mischief, 6 months in city jail. First-degree sexual assault, 7 years in state pen. And he's got a birthmark on the left inside elbow. So that's what you've got for 160 people here. We know their height, their hair color, their race. Let's just find one more to look at here. Not many women here. I guess that's realistic. Oh, I see. The women are at the end. Okay, let's take a look at this gal here. Margaret Fletcher, age 20, green eyes, brown hair, 5'8". Distribution of counterfeit controlled substance. Suspended sentence. Miscellaneous strawberry birthmark inside left forearm. Okay, she doesn't look so bad. Now, these are not alphabetically ordered. I don't know what order they're in, but here at the end of the listing in the tiniest font is an alphabetical listing of person. So, for example, if we suspected that our witness, Diana Troy, maybe we want to see if she has a criminal history, we could look up Troy here, and if we found her, we could know what page to go in. I don't know what order they're laid out in, but okay, so here's our alphabetical listing of people. So if we have someone, we want to find out if they have a criminal mugshot and record, we could find them here. Or the game tells you if you're given a physical description of the culprit that might be, like maybe you're told he was super tall, he was 6'5", then maybe it would be worth your trouble to scan through this entire set of mugshots to find anyone who is 6'5". That's up to you whether you want to go through all that effort. Okay, then the latter part of this book are police laser photos. Now, it's not really explained to you exactly why some people are here and some people are here. Maybe Rob will go into it. Maybe Rob has some theories. But these are similar descriptions. For example, Hyman Goldman here is a white male, 6'1", 165 pounds, age 46. He's from New York. He's an organized crime figure. So these laser photos, we don't have as much information on them, and they're sort of like a reference information. There may even be people that are from a different country. So for example, Lo Wang Duk is 5'7". He's from Hong Kong. He's a smuggler in Singapore. So you might think of these as sort of the, what would you think of these? Well, how would you describe these? They're sort of reference material that the police might have on file, like known persons of interest to be on the lookout for, maybe international, maybe they're people you have only a sketch of. Here's two brothers. Sanford Butterfield and Merlin Butterfield. These are also not alphabetically listed, and there is no index for them. So if you wanted to find someone by name, you're going to have to search through the whole thing. It would be, this might be nice, something Rob could produce or rearrange alphabetically or produce an index for these people. I don't believe they're included in this index. No, they're not, because this doesn't go past page 22. Now, just for fun, let's look at how Rob reformatted some of this, because it's actually quite nice. This is another example where if you play the print and play stuff, you've got better stuff. So if you look at Rob reformatted each case scenario to have its own page in the PDF, broken up witness statements separately, etc. So a little easier to find every piece of information. And then Rob has made separate pages for each mugbook entry with their information. So that might be easier to go through if you had these all printed out, and separate full pages for each laser photo. These are just two examples. If you printed this out to play at home, you'd have a page for each thing here. It might be nice if you're working on a case, you could just set aside, here's the page for our suspect if you locate him. For our purposes, we'll be using this book here. Okay, there's our mug book. You can go through it whenever you want. Doesn't take time to look in it. Okay. Now we're going to look at some of the sort of overwrought details of scoring and playing in the game. Basically, it's got a system for keeping score that travels with you as you play multiple cases. You imagine if you've got a group, you're playing these games over and over again, you keep track of your merit points. And if you're playing with multiple players, there's these convoluted rules about how, like, there can only be, where's the chart? Okay, so here's the chart. If you get up to 120 merit points, you're a captain. If you get up to 140 merit points over many games, you become a district captain, but there can only be 3 of these. So if you're playing with 4 people and you're all district captains, one of you gets demoted down. It's a little weird. And then if you go below 0, because you get punished, you start to go into negatives. And -1 to 6 points is just a letter of reprimand. These are just thematic, no effect. But if you go all the way down to here, then you get penalties where you can't access reports until a day, late, 2 days late. If you're down at -31 points, you're a shoe salesman. Okay, and here's a indication of the timing system. So this is how I think of games made in the 1980s. They were sort of dreamed up, never play tested, just kind of like for fun, a little bit of elaboration. We don't have to worry about any of that, though we will keep track of our demerits. I don't know if we'll be playing more cases beyond the first case. We'll see how it goes. Okay, the beginning, you all determine your rank based on your previous games, decide who goes first, who has the lowest rank goes first, etc. Okay, then it tells you how to keep track of time, which is really not important. You basically, each turn clicks the clock 1 step. You get 4 turns per day, and you must keep track of where you are, though, because certain reports become available at certain times. But beyond that, it's not that important. Okay, then if you're playing competitively, you all take your turn and read the case. Okay, now it tells you how to take a turn. Let's take a look at this. A player makes a contact, so that's what your turn is. Your turn is talking to someone, visiting a place, talking to someone. You announce who you're going to try to talk to. You tell everyone at the table so that they can keep you honest. You say, I'm going to talk to, for example, that witness. You say whatever her name was, Linda, Troy, whatever. And then, so you can name a person you want to talk to, or a business name, or you can do something with a location. But let's start with the first two, an individual business, person or business. Then you look it up in this book, this big book, which is all of the contacts are alphabetical. So you would look up the business name or the person name alphabetically. And then you want to see if they've got an entry for their name and then a specific entry for the case you're working on, which in our case is 121. All of the cases are just smack slammed right on top of each other. So you just got to quickly look through and not try to read anything else. If they're not in there, if they have nothing to say on the case number won't be listed and you lose your turn. That still takes up a time to do that. Everyone takes a turn, you advance the clock, and you continue. Okay. Sometimes it's going to say a link to message. That would be if you find someone, for example, at their work, but you were really supposed to go somewhere else and visit them at their home or at a coffee shop, then it'll just say, hey, go here instead, and you just follow that. All right, and now there's a couple new mechanics here, and one new mechanic is this alert system, which is a very intriguing idea. So let's read what it says. It says, a player must announce out loud if they're calling an alert prior to making a contact. An alert signifies the player has taken extra precautions, such as calling for a cover unit, before attempting to make contact. If an alert is called and the contact is not designated an alert, the player loses one turn. In other words, let's say we think, okay, we found the suspect and he's going to make a run for it. So before we go to visit him, by looking him up, we're going to say we're doing this contact, this attempted contact, as an alert. And then two things can happen, or I guess three things can happen. One is, if you didn't call an alert, but you visited someone and they were dangerous, then the game is going to... If you did call an alert and there's nothing special about them, then you lose a turn. If you didn't call an alert, if an alert is not called, but the clue says, hey, did you call an alert? Then the book is going to tell you, because you didn't call an alert, this consequence happened. Or it'll say, because you did call an alert, this consequence has happened. So it basically, the book will tell us how to handle an alert. If it doesn't and we called an alert, we get a penalty, a generic penalty of a turn. You can also claim you want to make an arrest. This is how you end the case. A player may make arrests or execute search warrants once per scenario. So this ends the game when you do this, or at least if there are multiple players, it would end your game. So you announce your intention for how you're going to wrap up the game. You say, I'm going to arrest this person for this crime. Then you go and read the solution, and then the solution will tell you, hey, you were right, you should have arrested this person, or you were wrong, you just falsely arrested the wrong person. The solution should explain to us any penalty for that. If you solved half the case, you should announce that, and then other players would continue. And it should tell you what your penalty is. So the way you're going to end most scenarios, it seems like, is you're going to say, okay, we found our criminal, we're going to go arrest them. It's not clear whether you should say, you announce your complete intentions, who is to be arrested or which place is to be searched. So it sounds like most cases will either be, we're going to arrest this person, or we've done all we can, we're going to end this case by doing a search warrant. And then you read the solution. Okay, persons responsible for each crime may be anyone in the mug book or the directory, or someone mentioned in a crime report or an eyewitness statements, or mentioned in the contact statement. So basically, could be multiple people, could be someone in the mug book, in the directory, or just someone mentioned. It's not a computer multiple choice. If they're described in some way, they could be your culprit. So we'll play, it just says keep track of the time and announce out loud when you're going to go place. And those are the rules. So the awkward part is going to be looking up locations in the contact book. We've spent an hour going through the rules, looking at the components. What we'll do now is we'll take our first break for 8 minutes. We'll come back and then we'll jump into this case. We'll find where it is on the map and we'll start following leads. If you've got someplace you want to go, you just shout it out and I'll try to pay attention to the chat and we'll see how this game plays together. I've never played this. I'm very curious how these contexts are going to work, whether we'll know when we get to the end. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back ready to start playing. One of the things you'll notice as we play that's different is the entries in Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective and in Gumshoe tend to be these long paragraphs of dialogue and text. These are much more matter-of-fact, short little entries. And so one of the questions we have while we're playing is going to be, does that work? Does it take away from the experience? Does it feel very different? Before I forget, if you do like this content and want to see more of it on the channel, like this kind of stuff, I hope you will subscribe to the channel and give this video a thumbs up. I appreciate it. All right, so let's go back. Let's read our introduction and let's find some locations on the map and what we're dealing with here. In fact, I could use Rob's little intro for this case. Seems like it would be appropriate, a little easier. All right, let's see. Waterloo Avenue and Harrison Place at the Sacred Heart Home for Unwed Mothers. So we're not told, just as an example, if we wanted to find that, ideally we'd like to find this place in order to know where it was. How else would we find it on the map? We could find Waterloo and Harrison. We could try to find, we can't look up the Sacred Heart Home for Unwed Mothers in the white pages. So we would have to find them. We could find it this way, though. If we find Waterloo, what is it? Waterloo and Harrison. Trying to get a handle around how to find places. We could get lucky and just find it on the map. Well, here's Waterloo Avenue, and here's Harrison. Okay, so the first place is right in our map, and there's 127. So let's just see if that place is building 127. Remember, it's numerically listed in the yellow pages. So 127 is listed as the First Presbyterian. Waterloo and Harrison. So presumably it's not the First Presbyterian. Is it 358 then? .358 is Dr. Dirk Younger. Churches. So this is a weird situation already, but let's put a mark where this place is. But we're not exactly sure what number. Does the chat have a better theory of, do we have a specific number for the, let me see, okay. So Debbie found a bunch of places. 146 is a hospital nearby. 127 is a church nearby. Another suggestion is the Archdiocese. I agree with all that. But just to be clear, this place got closed down, so maybe it's not in the directory and not available for us to have a specific location for. All right, well, we're not going to worry about that. Home for unwed mothers. It would be nice to find that out. All right, so let's make a list of people we might and places we might want to talk to. Joseph Mayu says, not sure if it's relevant or not. Took the fire station 5 minutes to get there. Maybe the distance between the fire station and location could help with distance. Jonathan says, check Jesse. Isn't fire station 2 in the intro also labeled as 127? Is it? Because the fire station, I thought, would have its own icon. But let's see if we can... Do we have fire stations in our directory? No, but the intro tells us what the fire station numbers are. Okay, so fire station 1, fire station 2 is the first to arrive. They're the one that gets called. So they're at 217. So 217 fire station should be nearby, but you can't just, I mean, maybe you'll get lucky and find it. Are the fire stations, well, let's see, 217, let's look it up. So, okay, so here are the fire stations in the yellow book. They're listed under government. Fire station number 2, 217, is at P33. So it's going to take us a while to get the hang of this game. And remember, we have to remember when we see P33, when we see any map address, we need to pay attention to whether it's uppercase or lowercase. So 217 at P33. So there's 33. P. So here's our fire department with the fire department icon. Okay, so I'm just going to start putting these little removable stickers where we have a place of interest. So there's the closest fire truck that got called to this fire over here. And remember, we're just taking our time here as we learn this system. He says they actually called fire station 1. They needed help. So they called the other fire station. Let's just see where that is for the fun of it. C31. So C31 is all the way up here. So this is not important for our case, but we're just doing this to help us understand. So they came to the fire. They rushed to the fire. They had such a hard time putting it out that they called in backup from this fire station. Okay, good. Okay, 6-story building. We remember all the details of it. They stacked furniture. They opened doors. 5 gasoline cans. I have remarked before that one of the wonderful parts about having a print and play version is you can mark up things. 5 gasoline cans. They set it on 3 different floors, etc. Okay, so we've got 2 witnesses, and it's operated by Metro City Catholic Archdiocese. So that's, if this is arson, if we want to understand why, one of the places that it seems very likely we'd want to go is the Metro City Catholic Archdiocese. Right? Let's find out from them why someone would want to burn down their church. And then we've got old records in the basement. That's our suspicion. Maybe that's it. All right, now we've got our 2 witnesses, Mortimer Wallace and Diana Troy. Now, one thing we don't know about this game is, should we be trying to follow up and ask them more questions? Or is this all the information that we're likely to get out of them? We don't know. But let's trace the movements, see if we can make sense of it. He's going to the phone company 439 to drop his bill in the night slot when he sees it. Okay, so remember that for these people, you don't ever get their home addresses. We only get told where they work, so we can't even look up where he lives. We're not told that information, but maybe we can find this 439. Presumably it would be near here. So we might get, there it is. Okay, so he's walking towards here. We don't know which direction he's coming from. He doesn't tell us. But he does give us a convincing statement that that's where he was headed. So he would have seen stuff there. All right, and then let's look at Diana Troy. Diana Troy sounds like Star Trek. She was stopped at Waterloo and Harrison. So she was stopped right in front of this place. And she hit the guy. Does she say which way he runs? No, neither of them seem to say which one they run. He was running from something. Okay. Oh, and it does tell us the goal is to find the person responsible. Okay, so the places we can think of to talk to are the Catholic Archdiocese that might know about why someone would want to burn it down. We've got our two witnesses, Mortimer Wallace and Diana Troy. You could think that you might want to go to a nearby business. Maybe they saw something. That would mean maybe we should ask the person at 358, 38, 36, 357. Those might, or 412. So any of the nearby places. So I'm just going to put down here. We might talk to nearby places for witnesses. We are told the name of the fire chief that was on scene, right? We're told his full name, aren't we? Fred T. Bates. So theoretically, we could talk to Fred T. Bates, the fire chief. Now, another thing we might consider is, let's look at our contacts. Debbie has a good point that it was 8:14 p.m. that the fire broke out. So businesses would probably be closed. That's a very good point. Now, I did want to look up our allies. Did we have an arson person? Let's see here. Working girls, miscellaneous notes, pimps, sex offenders, dealers. Mob activity, downtown street news, burglary, downtown street news. No, we don't have any suspected arson people. Okay. Joseph Mayu says, being an adult game, how close are we to Hooker's Heaven? Where is the nearby hospital? I see what you're thinking. That's very clever. I've just made the connection, and Tina says hospital is nearby. I was just going to say, okay, so the hospital's nearby. Why do we care? Well, the reason we care is because one of the witnesses hit the suspect with her car. He didn't seem badly injured, but you never know. So, but there are two places right next to each other. I'm going to put in my notes here, nearby hospitals, doctors. Let's look up 146 and 262 to see what those are. So let's see what we've got here. 262 is St. Andrew's Hospital. That's that one, St. Andrew's. And then 146 is not going to be a hospital. What is it going to be? 146 is the coroner's office. Okay. So 262 would be the one that someone could go. All right. Well, where does the group want to go first? Do you want to talk to the witnesses to get more information? Maybe they can tell us which direction he ran. How about that? In their initial statements, they don't say which direction he ran, but it would be good for us to know which direction they ran. 146 is Memorial Hospital, says Debbie. That can't be right, can it? Let me look again, because Debbie in the chat is saying 146 is Memorial Hospital, but I don't think that's right. So 262 our hospitals are all in the 259 to 263. So 262 is, oh boy, we got a bit of a problem here now. This should be in alphabetical order, but Memorial Hospital is 146. Huh. Well, there goes my... This seems like almost a mistake. All right, but we got to worry about this now, because most of the yellow pages are are sequential, but it's clear they're not always the case. That's very tricky because, okay, Debbie is right. Under hospitals, there's one outlier. It's Memorial Hospital, 146. So actually, 146 is another hospital. Even though if you look up 146, you also, if you were to try to look it up by number, you'd find that it's the coroner's office, but he's at Memorial Hospital. I see what we've got here. So here's why it broke the rule of being sequentially ordered. It's a location where two things are. The coroner's office is, and also the Memorial Hospital is, because the coroner's office is an office inside the Memorial Hospital. Okay, so it seems like then we can do them normally. We would look it up sequentially, 146, but we have to be careful when we read it that it might be a multiple entry. Okay. Now, looks like the chat was saying insurance could be useful. Yes, you normally do fire for insurance. We could check out insurance companies. And then witnesses. Okay, so let's go through our witnesses. Debbie says Wallace is retired. Diana Troy works at Diana's clothing store. Okay, so let's just go through these a little bit. I know this must be frustrating if you've already looked it up, but so here's Diana Troy, one of our witnesses. She's at 140, the business 140. So if we look up 140 in our businesses, we should see what Debbie found for us, which is, it's Diana's clothing, age 23. Okay, so let's find that. Age 23. And there, 140. She's in here. She's in the plaza, 140. Now, here's what's interesting. In Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective, we would now look up location 140. But that's not how this game works. We don't have to know where she works to look her up. We just look her up by name. And the guy who's retired, we don't need to find where he works, that witness. We just look him up by name. Everything is looked up by name. So it's interesting for us to know she works here. And interesting to know the guy's retired, but it's not important for looking them up. You look them up just by name. Quite unusual. All right, so we've got a bunch of places we're interested in going. We could talk to the witnesses. I am very keen to talk to the witnesses to see which direction this guy ran. I love the idea of talking to the hospital nearby to see if this guy went towards a hospital. Maybe we see where he runs first, and then we look if there's a hospital in that direction. And then the archdiocese to see if we can get some lead about why someone would burn the place down. All right, where does the channel want to go first? I think good police work, we talk to the witnesses first before they forget. Right? While it's still fresh in their eye, maybe they can give us a better physical description. We can look the person up. So let's talk to our two witnesses. Let's start with our old guy, Mortimer Wallace. All right, so this is exciting. This is our first look up in the contact. We're going to talk to the old guy before he forgets. Okay, so we're going to look up Wallace Mortimer, and we're looking for case 121. All right, so this is very exciting. We're an hour and 20 minutes in, 2 hours and 20 minutes if you count my previous video, and this is the first time we're actually going to look up a clue. Now, try not to look at the stuff that's not relevant for our case, and I will use my cubes to focus us in. So we're looking up Wallace Mortimer for case 121. All right, so we go to this clue sections and we look up Wallace. And she's going to be near the end. And we find Wallace Mortimer and we look for Wallace Mortimer. Okay, so again, it's hard not to see stuff you shouldn't see. But there he is. And we found his name. And now we have to look here to make sure we're reading for the right case. But this is our case. He's a retired brick factory worker. Repeat of his demographic stats. And here's what he says. I don't know what else I could tell you. He was a white boy I seen running away from Sacred Heart. He sure could run fast. All right, so that's Wallace. We've talked to him. He gave us our one-liner. Okay, and Rob says, don't forget to advance this. Okay, that was our first turn. He had nothing else to tell us. All right, well, he didn't tell us what direction he ran, but he does know that the boy was white. And an old guy is more likely to be racist, which is more likely to be accurate in predicting in his assessment of who was white. So he probably had a keen eye for looking out for blaming foreigners. The fact that he says he was a white guy makes me believe it. Although the old guy with eyes, bad eyes, maybe he doesn't know. All right, now let's talk to Diana Troy. All right, here we go. We're looking up T. Troy. All right. But you can see how awkward it is to avoid reading information. Okay, so I see a nice big entry for Diana Troy. I mean, if you computerize this, it would be so easy. Nothing would get leaked. Okay, she's the owner of 140. She says, I don't know what else I can add to my earlier statement, but you know, the more I think about it, the young man who ran in front of my car had to have been Oriental. I'm convinced he had something to do with the fire. He was so panicked. So now she's sure he's Oriental. All right. So I'm going to advance the clock to our third section of the day. Let's make a note that the guy, Mortimer, says he's white. Diana Troy. Troy says Oriental for sure. All right. Could it be two different men? That is a... Look at Antina. That's dropping in here to solve the case. I think you're right. I think you guys are very clever. 5 cans of gas. I think we've got 2 different suspects. I think you're absolutely right. I think that's the most likely case. Although witnesses being wrong about the person, especially given that her initial statement was like, I think he was white, maybe he was Oriental. So don't know, but that's a very interesting idea. If so, the Oriental one was hit by a car. If there is an Oriental one. Now, the fact that Debbie says, but 2 different men both wearing stocking caps, that's a good point against it. Now, I wonder, this might be premature, but if he really is Oriental, there aren't that many Oriental people in the mug book. We might be able to get a quick early lead on him if he really is Oriental and he's got a record. Of course, he might not have a record. Here's one. Chan Ho. Conspiracy to sell drugs and mail fraud. That doesn't sound like an arsonist. And I think we're dealing with professional arsonist here. All right, we're just making a quick scan through the mug book just in case we get lucky. Since we've got... No, that's it. Okay. I'm not looking at the laser photos. Okay, where would you like to go now? I'm going to make a little note for us. 2 suspects? Question mark. There are reasons to believe there aren't 2 suspects. We've got a stocking cap. She initially said he was white, but the idea of there being 2 suspects, one being white, one being Oriental, Asian, is very compelling. Okay, Joseph Mayu wants to go to the Archdiocese. Okay, so let's go to the Archdiocese. We haven't even looked them up. It's the Catholic Archdiocese, huh? So remember, we only need to know their name. So do you think we would just look up Catholic Archdiocese, or should we find the name of the person who's in charge of the Catholic Archdiocese? That's a reasonable question. Do we know a location? The Archdiocese headquarters is 131, says Debbie. Okay, tell me where you found them in the book. So it's not under churches. Yes, it is. St. Mark's Catholic, St. Mary's Catholic Archdiocese headquarters. So here's the thing. we can place this, but remember that to look it up, we need to go by name. So the question is, would we look up St. Mary's Catholic Archdiocese? Let's put it on the map and then let's figure out how to look it up. R27131. Let's find it on the map. R27131. Okay, so here it is. But remember, oddly, that because of the structure of this game, we don't look it up based on that number. We just look it up. But the question is, do you think I think we look up St. Mary's Archdiocese. Did the intro give the archdiocese name? I can't remember. Operated by the Metro City Catholic Archdiocese. Sacred Heart for Unwed Mothers. We could look up the Sacred Heart for Unwed Mothers to visit the scene of the crime, too. Maybe we should mark that down. I guess if we're just getting a feel for this game, we might want to try both of those. Let's try St. Mary's Archdiocese. St. Mary's Catholic Archdiocese. If we don't find it there, we might look it up here, Metro City. And if we don't even look it up there, we might just look up Archdiocese. It's a very awkward part of this game that you're looking up places alphabetically. I don't love it. All right, let's look up St. Mary's. Remember that one of the way the game solves that is that there are lots of link to. So if you look it up under the wrong name, it should link you to the other. So let's look up St. Mary's and see if we find it there. Okay, so I don't, maybe it's under Saint. Okay, so here we go. This is a good example of how this game works. So if you look up St. Mary's Catholic Church and the Archdiocese, you can see linked for case 121, linked to Bishop Ronald Mason. He must be the person who's running the Archdiocese office. So we're going to now look up Mason Bishop. This doesn't count as an extra turn. You just do it now. So Mason Bishop Ronald. And now we're going to look up him. And probably we want to write that down so we can come back to it. All right, here we go. So case 121, Bishop Ronald Mason. He's a white male, 74 years of age, 5'9", 230 pounds, a little heavy here. Catholic bishop. Yes, the Sacred Heart home property is in the process of being sold. Jim Ashen is handling the sale. As far as I understand it, the fire hasn't affected the sale. It was the land the investors were interested in. I have a responsibility to handle the church's business with discretion, you understand. I have no idea who might have started the fire. The building undoubtedly represents many things to many people. Unfortunately, in these changing times, the church cannot afford to maintain the institution the building once housed. But these are changing times, and the building had outlived its usefulness. We did lose some records in the fire. Of course, they were only of historic value. So, what does that seem to tell you? It sort of argues against an insurance fraud case, right? Because they were going to tear down the building, it sounds like. They only care about the land. And they're selling it, so no one's going to benefit from filing an insurance claim, I don't think. Okay, but we're told about Jim Ashen handling the sale, so we do have another lead. So let's mark down that we went to Mason Bishop. So we can come back, and he tells us that Jim Ashen is handling the sale. So that might be something to follow up on. All right. And that was our third lead. We're almost able to look at the arson thing. All right. Let's see what the chat says. One of the witnesses said the person who ran away was wearing a navy coat. There's an entry in the yellow pages for a uniform store. Not sure about any entries for navy specifically. Interesting. There is also an entry in the contacts where he says winter uniform missing at Bart's. Winter uniform. I mean, that could be our navy coat. Would that be related to our case? It seems like a stretch, though. This might be a bit of a stretch. And is the Sherlock Holmes consulting detective in me? But could we visit a newspaper place to learn why the Sacred Heart closed 3 months ago? Debbie, does it mean navy or navy blue? That's a great question. We're told he's wearing a navy blue stocking cap and a navy pea coat. Can someone look up what a pea coat is? That seems like it might be a uniform. I wonder if that's related to our case. I guess I'll make a note here. Navy pea coat informant. Some interesting theory. A penny coat. Can someone look up? I don't know what a pea coat is. All right, where would you like to go next? Shall we check the hospital to see if someone went in with an injury? Seems kind of funny. Debbie says, I just looked up pea coat. It looks like a uniform coat. Sailors often related to the Navy. So it would be very interesting to see if we could crack the case by finding that there's a winter uniform missing at Bart's. And what do we think is Bart's? Did Jonathan a petticoat for petty officers? Very interesting. So is Bart's going to be a clothing store? Or is it going to be a Navy? How are we going to look up Bart's? Or would we just look up Bart's? I mean, we don't strictly have to find it to look it up. Maybe it's under uniforms. Really a shame that the businesses aren't listed in Acme uniforms. It's a shame that the businesses aren't listed in the white pages, so if we know a name of a place, we could look it up. I don't know where Bart's is, but I guess we could just look up in the contacts Bart's if that's relevant. All right, so we could go to the hospital. We could go to the scene of the crime. We think is the scene of the crime. We could go to some of the neighboring places. We could take a long shot and look up what his notes say about a winter coat, winter uniform being stolen. That seems like a long shot, though. Are there many arsonists in the mugshot? Someone with an anchor tattoo. It's certainly a possibility. I feel like we should wait on that, though. Like, before we spend time trolling through the mug book, let's spend a little bit more time narrowing down a description of the person first. On our next turn, let's see, we went to the Archdiocese, we talked to her too. Okay, so we've taken 3 turns. So on our next turn, we will get our report on the toolbox. So maybe it's got someone's name on it or something. So let's hold off on that. Shall we try the hospital? Okay, let's try the nearby hospital. Which one do we think is more likely? There's 2 of them. I guess if he's running and went to the first one, it would be likely that he'd get there first. So let's try this. We said this was Memorial Hospital, right? 146, that was under the coroner. It's called Memorial Hospital. So let's look up Memorial Hospital. See if there's an entry for that. Remember, if there isn't an entry, we still get penalized. So Memorial Hospital, there is an entry for our case. Let's see. A check with the hospital shows that on the night of the fire, 2 firemen were admitted because of smoke inhalation and another for minor burns on his hand. There were no other smoke or burn admissions. That's it. So no other smoke or burn, whether they're just not going to tell us about someone who came in for a car injury, we don't know. Memorial Hospital was turn number 4. So we're now advanced down onto 3-1, which means we can now look up our report. So let's do that. Okay. Analysis of a small tool chest found behind the building will be ready by 3-1. So now we're going to look in the reports section. Crime Lab reports, page 71. Okay, let's see what we got here. So here is our Crime Lab report for this case. This is what it looks like. This is it right here. Report. Examination of the Sacred Heart building after the fire on the evening of the 3rd was conducted in conjunction with members of the Metro City Fire Department's Arson Investigation Squad. Dusting for fingerprints of remaining door handles and window casings produced few usable prints. None of the prints found are believed to be connected with the arson. The following items were found on the premises and have been examined and cataloged and are being held in the police evidence room. Item: tool chest, 18 by 6 by 8, blue paint, black plastic handle, manufactured by Acme Tool Company of Houston. Chest contained an 8-inch Phillips screwdriver, a 27 8-penny galvanized nails, 12-inch plastic ruler, roll of electrical tape, a number 2 pencil, and a 4-inch can opener. Item: 5 5-gallon gas cans, all badly charred, common design available at any hardware store. Analysis of cans revealed they had held gasoline. So we've got a tool chest that looks like it's like a handyman's tool chest. It's got paint, blue paint. It's got a screwdriver, blue paint, black plastic handle. It doesn't have paint in it. It's got paint on it. Is that what we're being told? It's painted blue, you think? Because it's not saying that there's paint inside it. There's not a can of paint inside it. It's got a black plastic handle It's painted blue. It's got a screwdriver, nails, a plastic ruler, and a roll of electrical tape, a pencil, and a can opener. Kind of weird. Gas cans, common design available at any hardware store. All right, well, from the report, I guess if you wanted to follow some leads, you might check for you might check the Acme Tool Company to see if you can get a lead on what union perhaps bought these blue painted tool chests, or hardware store nearby for someone who might have remembered selling 5-gallon gas containers. I mean, that's enough that you might remember it. But no great information here. And is this a construction worker's toolbox? Like, he seems like he's got generic stuff. Could be electrician. Let me see what the chat says. How about gas stations nearby? That's true. You buy the containers from a hardware store, then you have to fill it up with gas. So let's look up in our directory if there are gas stations nearby. There's no section for a gas station. Oh, gas stations here. Okay. Let's take a look here. So we've got 3 gas stations. B29, C13. They're all Belcos. Belco 76. So if we wanted to look up gas stations, we could look up Belco. I don't know if it's going to need us to go to a specific one. B29, C13, and K18. Well, we can map those out. D29, C13, and K18. They're all the 190s. Okay, let's just map where those are. D29. That's not too far from our scene of our crime. All right, and then we've got one at C13 here. Sorry. Here. That's not too far either. Debbie says there are more in the next column. Are there? Oh, I guess you're right. Yes, you're right. Well, that's a lot of them to check out. Why don't we... That's too many for us. Where's our crime? Let's see if they would have... What's the nearest one? Where our crime is like T27. Is there anything right nearby? Not really. All right, so maybe gas station is not a lead we're in a good position to follow up on at this point. because there's too many of them. None of them are that close. So let's put aside gas stations for now. Too many. I'm going to get rid of this little mark here. Reset my light. What about Acme Tool Company or hardware stores? We didn't try the other hospital yet. We didn't try the other hospital, but on the other hand, when we went into that hospital, the one we did check, he said they only even bothered to look for people with burns. You want to try this other hospital? All right, let's try this other hospital if you're hot on it. So 262, what hospital was that? St. Andrew's Hospital. Okay, let's look up St. Andrew's Hospital. Okay, St. Andrew's Hospital has no entry for our case. So that's just a loss of turn. We could search for arsonists in the mug book and just go talk to them. Can we go look at the scene of the crime, or did we get all the information from that we're going to get? Chat, Rob says 6 hours wasted. Okay, don't know what that means. How about the solicitor? You mean the guy responsible for selling the property? We don't have a good motive. Maybe we should 6 hours is per turn. It's true. Okay, I get it now. We were given the name of the guy handling the sales, Jim Ashen. Let's look him up. Let's follow this lead. There has to be a cui bono. Who's benefiting from this arson? It could be the records. Let's look up Jim Ashen, who the Archdiocese pointed us to. Okay, here we go. Looks like we got a good fair bit of information here. So there's our entry. He's a white male, 50 years old, 6'2". He's an attorney. Yes, I represent the Catholic Archdiocese on most of their real estate transactions. Bishop Mason's a very conservative person. He likes all the Archdiocese business handled quietly and discreetly. I don't blame him after that flap the Star caused a couple years ago. To make a long story short, Ned Campbell and I had come to an agreement on this Sacred Heart deal on the afternoon of the 2nd. I suspect some kids set the fire just to watch the building burn. It's going to cost Campbell and his group just as much to have the rubble cleared away as it would have to bring the building down. All right, let's see. So there was a flap at the Star. That sounds like it could be interesting to us. He gives us a name of the Star. That sounds like a newspaper that might have some information for us, some background. And then he tells us the guy who's buying it, Ned Campbell. And there's all this stuff about the church wanting to be discreet. It does sound like maybe they're trying to burn those records down. Ned Campbell and I came to an agreement on the afternoon of the 2nd. I suspect some kids set the fire. Now, what is he? It's going to cost Campbell and his group just as much to have the rubble cleared away as it would have to bring the building down. I guess he's saying it's no financial difference to anyone. They were either going to have to bring it down or now clear away the burned out rubble. It's all the same to them. The North Star is the name for Hooker's Heaven, yes, but it's going to be a newspaper. So we've got two people here. We've got a buyer, and then we've got the Star. I don't think the buyer is involved in this arson. I think it's church records, if anything. But the Star might have some information about the scandal going on in this church. So let's find the Star. I guess we don't have to find it. We can just visit it. But we think it's going to be under like newspapers, right? So here it is, under newspapers. The Metro City Star, Harold Thompson, editor. So let's look up Thompson Harold and see if that's the way to find him. If not, it'll tell us to link to someone else. So Star is Thompson Harold. Let's follow this lead of the church, and maybe there was a reason. There doesn't seem to be a financial reason to burn it down. That means it's got to be for those records. And then maybe it's going to lead back to the church. All right, let's see what Harold Thompson has to say. Okay, so there's no entry for our case for Harold Thompson. Before we penalize our time, I'm going to see if there's an entry for the Metro Star. This is very awkward that there are different ways to name places. Let's see if the Metro Star has a place. Metro City Star doesn't have an entry for our case. So that's a dead end and a waste of time. Huh. That's surprising. Let me just look up Star here. But I mean, there was an entry for Metro City Star, but it didn't have any entry for our case. Look up. So it doesn't look like we can find out that information. Yeah. Well, what do you think? Should we... DJ Munnekit says, go to the library for the old church papers. The church has its own stuff. They're not going to be talking to the papers about it. So I think we're going to take a little break here, but in the break, give your suggestions of where you want to go next. It seems like we could go to the Toolbox Company to see if they might give us a lead on what kind of people, what union would have that toolbox. We could check the buyer of the property, see if he knows something. We could try that long shot lost uniform Or we could search the mug book for arsonists. Take a break. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. We're talking in the chat some various theories. Debbie says, is it actually possible to visit the crime scene? I mean, we go to places by name, so we could find the name of the other place that's at 127 and go there. I do think it probably makes some sense for us to look up these businesses by number and see if any of them jump out at us. Like if one of them is a hardware shop or where a Navy guy lives, then that might be important for us. I did want to revisit also the idea that we seem to rule out about insurance fraud. And I think maybe we jumped to a conclusion prematurely. The church guy, the attorney in charge of selling the real estate, said the guy who bought it, it's going to cost him as much to tear down the rubble, the fire-burned rubble, as it would to have knocked down the building. And somehow when we read that, we said, okay, then it wasn't insurance fraud. But maybe that was premature. I mean, if you are going to have to tear down the place anyway, then maybe it's a perfect insurance fraud because you get insurance on it, you burn it, you collect the insurance money, and it doesn't cost you anything else. You were going to tear it down anyway. So I do think, since we're having a lot of trouble with figuring out a motive, that we should talk to the buyer and maybe a nearby insurance company to see if anyone did take out insurance. And Tina says you need to check out the mug book. Well, that was the other thing we were looking at. We were considering that we have to do, and it sounds like Tina found a mug shot of relevance to us. All right, let's check it out. 6, Tina says, look at, I do want to say this is a little bit of a problem with people, Tina, especially someone as clever as Tina, going off on his own searching the mug book. Because it's a little, presents us with a bit of a sort of how do we describe it? In general, on the channel, I try to say that if you go off on your own studying stuff or trying to solve a puzzle, then you're doing it asynchronously, and you shouldn't tell us what you find, because if we don't have that rule, then everything is going to get solved before we even have a chance. I'm looking for that. So I'm keen to talk to the buyer, but before we do, let's look at mug shots as if we were going to scan them ourselves rather than just go to the answer. Let's see if we can't zoom in and walk through them looking for arsons. Shoplifting, shoplifting, shoplifting. Oh, I see. So I'm complaining, but everyone is saying it's a joke. Okay. It's a joke, huh? All right. I can't see it. I don't think I have it downloaded. I don't have it on my tablet. I'll look at it during a break. Okay, so I was complaining about Tina going on his own, and apparently it's a joke that Rob added of a person to the mug directory. Okay. Well, while we're here, though, let's look up. Let's see if we can't find arsonists. joyriding, pandering, assault, concealed weapon. I'm not sure what the best way to do this so that you guys don't get ill with the motion stuff, but that I can still read it. Robbery, drug possession, loitering, joyriding, grand theft, eluding police, assault, 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 stolen property, assault, stolen property, drugs, fraud, charitable fraud, okay, burglary, eluding, theft, embezzlement, disorderly conduct, illegal computer access, manslaughter, kidnapping, assault, drug possession, shoplifting, check fraud, pimping, pandering, assault, aggravated robbery, burglary, burglary tools. Is that burglary tools in the toolbox? Not really, not electrical tape, sexual assault, shoplifting, drug possession, check fraud, joyriding, drug possession, assault, receiving stolen property, indecent exposure, drugs, assault, drugs, theft, grand theft auto, bookmaking, bad check passing, conspiracy to sell drugs, burglary, possession, loitering, manslaughter, shoplifting, sexual behavior, drug possession, computer robbery, loitering, trespass, defacing, drug possession, robbery, theft, assault, record forgery, illegal use of slugs for the subway, maybe, drug possession, usury, meaning loans, I guess, gambling, murder, stolen credit cards, sexual assault, shoplifting, stolen goods, joyriding, assault, drugs, drug possession. We're almost done here. Explosives. It's an IRA terrorist. Income tax evasion, shoplifting, assault, bigamy, harassment, eluding, assault, shoplifting, gambling, drugs, burglary, records theft, shoplifting, deceased, grand theft auto, assault, liquor violations, receiving stolen property, shoplifting, records fraud, criminal possession. So of all the men, we didn't find any arsonists. Could it have been a woman? Surely they would have noticed if it was a woman. Let's just see if we find any arsonists here. Unwed mothers. I suppose someone could have done it, but to steal the records. But then you just steal the records. You wouldn't burn them down. Smuggler, bank robbery, organized crime, smuggler, drug smugglers, homicide, organized crime, lots of organized crime, hitman, terrorist, hitman, organized crime, bank robbery, hitman, assassin, organized crime, lots of organized crime figures. Bank robbery, smugglers, traffickers. That's it. Okay, so no arsonists in our thing. All right, we have a couple. This is actually kind of nice that this is a bit of a change of pace from just following leads to and assembling a story. Here we're really being challenged to get lucky with a lead. It does feel, actually, it feels quite a bit like police work type thing. All right, so I want to note something. We've got some more leads. This is happening in, it looks like, downtown and lower downtown, somewhere between downtown and lower downtown. I guess closer to lower downtown, depending on how you look at it. So I do want to remember that we do have some leads, some contacts, and I wonder if downtown street news. And Tina says there were arsonists. There were arsonists that I skipped through. Do you remember what page, what number? We could go to downtown street news here, downtown street news, to these two people to get information. We've got 3 downtown street news people. And Entina says that I skimmed over some arsonists. Was I premature in thinking that the Star was a newspaper problem? Maybe it really is a problem with Hooker's Haven. I'm going to re-look that up while Debbie says, see my comment for 2 possibles for arson, Spencer Moses Gibbs or Donald Thomas Matthews. All right, I'm going to look at those in a second. I think we need to re-look up the person that mentioned the Star. I mean, in the channel, someone was joking about after that flap the Star caused a couple of years ago. He wants it handled discreetly. That's not the street. That's surely about a newspaper. All right, I just wanted to check on that. All right, let's see. I overlooked the arsons. Moses Gibbs or Donald Thomas Matthews. Okay. Does anyone remember what page they were on? Moses Gibbs or Donald Thomas Matthews? Oh, I can look them up alphabetically. All right, let's see. Gibbs is 12. Matthews is 4. All right, let's see. So Donald Matthews is white, 4th degree arson, joyriding, 4th degree arson. Yeah, I guess. I mean, it doesn't look like he's a hardened arsonist. He's only 22. Criminal trespass theft. All right, but it's possible. Reform school for boys. Okay, he could have gotten in touch with the Catholic Church somehow that way. This looks like professional arsonist, though. He seems too young. Then we've got Gibbs on page 12. Let's see if he's a better candidate. Okay. Here's a guy I must have skimmed over because he's 40 years old. Tinkerbell Gibbs. 4th degree arson. 2nd degree burglary. Slight limp. That's not our runner. I don't think that's our guy. No, we're looking for a runner. So I'm not even gonna bother to bring him in. All right, looks like those are leads. That's very interesting. Gibbs is one of our CIs. Is that true? Because a former arsonist who's a CI sounds appealing. Tinkerbell Gibbs, downtown. He knows our town. He knows our area. Let's talk to him. Tinkerbell Gibbs. So let's visit him. Let's visit him. Then I want to visit the guy buying this place because I'm starting to think he's involved. I'm starting to think I was premature in ruling him out. Okay, here we go. We're talking to one of our informants. The big fire? Hey man, everyone's making buck on that one. I say it was someone like the Spider. He likes to play with fire. Hey, don't look at me, man. I don't do stuff like that no more. Okay, so he tells us Spider. The Spider. I think he might be in our thing. Okay, so we talked to Gibbs. The Spider. Okay, let's advance our clock on the 4th day. All right, now, is the Spider... The Spider is another ally, another informant. He's always sketchy. Spider McIntyre. All right, let's go talk to him next. This is promising. Okay. Where are we? Tinkerbell said to see me. What for, man? He's the firebug. Did he tell you about the time he set his old lady's couch on fire so the finance company couldn't take it back? The cops got him for that one. That's it. He's in our mug book as well. McIntyre. Let's look him up in the mug book so we can get a shot of him. Page 9, McIntyre. So the guy we just talked to, known as the Spider, is right here. He looks a little Asian. White but Asian. AKA Frankenstein, AKA Spider McIntyre. Shoplifting, robbery, conspiracy to commit robbery. Cousin of Thomas Hachette, a confidential informer. Boy, they're all informers. Advance the time tracker. Okay. All right. Well, those informants did not help us much, but they did give us information about, they did have information for us, so we could talk to the other one, the other informant. I want to go visit the guy we sold to. I'm still thinking this is a professional arsonist for insurance money. So Ned Campbell. I want to find out if this guy took out insurance. Campbell Ned. Yes. Okay, here we go. Yeah, I had a group of investors who just agreed to buy the old Sacred Heart building. We were going to tear the building down anyway, but I can assure you I had nothing to do with this fire. If anything, this fire has brought some unwanted attention. I'm sure the others in our small group feel the same way. Besides myself, the group consists of my brother Jack, Cyril Chadwick, Zeno Yankovich, Harold Alberts, and Baxter Trout. Okay, well, Jack Campbell, Cyril Chadwick, Zeno Yankovich, Harold Alberts, Baxter Trout. So you got a whole bunch of people we could conceivably talk to. Would one of them be involved in it? How about hardware stores nearby? So there aren't that many hardware stores. V13 I-42. V13, that's pretty far away. I-42, that's also pretty far away. H23, also pretty far away. Nothing right near our crime scene, unfortunately. How about Acme Tool Shop? All right, let's see if we can get a lead on that toolbox at Acme Tool Shop. We don't have to look it up where it is, we just look it up. Acme Liquors, Acme. There is no Acme. There is no Acme Tool Shop. All right, so that's another wasted time. Remember, we got Acme Tool Shop from the fire investigation that the toolbox came from. Let's see if we can go to this place, which was, oh, no, let's look at the neighboring places. Let's see if one of them happens to be something that jogs a bell or that might have witnessed something. So around here we have, let's see, 357. So actually, there's a doctor who works right next door. Two doctors. Why is that? Two doctors that are right next door to the scene of our crime. What's 38 and 36? 38 is Construction Associates. Is it possible that's where the toolbox came from? Construction Association? What if a guy was doing work there and then saw the fire? All right, 38 and 36. So Anchors Association and Construction Association. And then nearby we also have 356, 354. What are those places? More doctors. 353, more doctors. It's all doctors live in this area. Nothing great though. What's on the other side of this? 412. Four 12 is a high school. But it's 8 p.m. Not going to be anyone at that school. Yeah, there is Acme Uniforms. Chat says, long shot, what about an electrician? I felt like that toolbox was generic. Like it also had hammer and nails. That's hammer and nails is not really what an electrician carries. What about winter uniform missing at BART? And what about our other downtown street information people? I'm going to check out BART's. I just want to see if the long shot of our having this Navy, although he went missing a long time ago, so why would that be related to our case? That seems unlikely. Let's talk to our remaining downtown street informant. We've got 3 of them. We've already talked to 2. I'm going to do this last guy, Mush Finlay. Since our other 2 had stuff to say, let's check out this last one. Okay, he's got nothing to say on this case. That means we advance this clock. How curious. It's hard to know if this is the design of the game. Are we supposed to be flailing about like a real cop until we latch onto a lead? We do have a bunch of new names for the buyers. A stocking cap could be at a hat store. I think I looked at Acme. Let me just look up Acme again. And I don't think there are any. I'm actually reminded of something. There's no entry for Acme uniforms for us. I'm actually reminded about some rule, though hopefully this is not a big deal for us. I remember something about checking conditions. Let me see here now, because I now see there is a conditions thing. Contacts, people you talk to. Once a contact is made, you can return to it. Reports. I remember something telling us to look at the conditions as soon as we start a case. Yes, okay, sorry. We should have looked at this beginning. It's not, there's no new information, but it tells you what is expected of you. So our mission is arrest the person or persons responsible for the arson for unwed mothers. Okay, for this place. Okay, so that was the thing that Rob put on his sheet here. That's actually very useful, in case you forget. All right, so that doesn't affect us. Well, we've got the names of the other buyers in this buyer group. When do we know when we've gotten to that point that we're ready to... we have to say, the way the game tells you the rules work is when you think you're ready to arrest someone, you announce it, you read the solution, you see if you did the right thing. Police work ain't easy, says Rob. Are we missing anything intro from the intro? I don't think we are. I think maybe 5 gasoline cans. We could talk to the chief. I don't know what more he's going to give us. He's a fast runner. Stocking cap, navy coat, dark coloring. He thinks he was Oriental. If he was Oriental, maybe one of our informants in Chinatown would have some information for us. How many allies do we have, confidential informants do we have in Chinatown? Talks to get even, huh? All right, here's our only ally in Chinatown. Let's talk to Wing Chang, see what he has to say. Wing Chang. This seems like it didn't quite anticipate me going down here. Look at this. Ling Chang says, Mark Chang? Yeah, I know him. He's washed up. He's out freelancing. He wouldn't be above setting fires for some green stuff. So he's giving us an informant. And if we now look up Mark Chang, feels like we shouldn't have gotten to this, but if we look up Mark Chang, it says, see the mug book. Where was I on night of 3rd? I don't know. Hanging out, I guess. Yeah, I was down at Galaxy Games playing video games. Shoot, I don't know if anyone saw me, man. Ask Ricky Clark, man. He saw me down there. Feels like we've stumbled onto our suspect just by getting our Chinatown informant to blurt out the name of someone. He's in the mug book, Mark Chang. So we'll want to look for him. And he's, sorry, it's a little hard for it to, get this right. Okay, so he says Ricky Clark is his alibi. And he says Galaxy Games is where he was. So it feels like we broke this case open and we found our arsonist, but by accident. Mark Chang. Let's look him up. Maybe we should have found him by his mug book. Let's see. Mark Chang. I thought we found the... I thought we looked up the one that was Oriental. Let's look him up. Mark Chang on page 17. Maybe we skimmed through it too quickly. Let's see, any arson? No arson. Mark Chang, aka number one, assault, shoplifting, fighting, accessory to murder. No background of arson, though. Don't know how we would have found him. Let's look him up. See if he works somewhere. So he's not even in the... Oh, wait. There he is. All right, well, he doesn't have a job. Could be making his money illegally. He's got an alibi that he's in Galaxy Games. I guess we've advanced into here. Let's go talk to Galaxy Games and see if we can get... Someone's hired him, though. So, like, I don't even know, even if we're sure it's him, we need to get who hired him, don't we? Galaxy Games. Okay, Galaxy Games, if you look it up, says go to Richard Clark, who is the same other person he said, Ricky Clark. He knows him. Okay, let's look it up. Let's see if this guy gives him a real alibi. Maybe he's all alibied up. You need to advance the time. Oh, one more turn. Okay, we're talking to Richard Clark now. He says, Mark Chang, yeah, I guess he was here on the night of the 30s, down here almost every night. But wait a minute, I remember he came in late that night, not till after 9. He smelled like he'd been in a forest fire, man. I remember asking him how come his clothes smelled like smoke. He just shrugged it off. Okay, well, it looks like we found our arsonist. So remember our fire from our intro was at 8:14. So he goes every night, but he doesn't get it until after 9. So 452. Let's plot this on our map. He does go there, but he smelled like smoke. So we've got our arsonist. One of them at least, says the channel. Good point. All right, well, let's find out. Look where he, by the way, look where the video game store is. Right there. So, very close by. I see a little mistake I made, by the way. We're told the address is Harrison Place, not Street. So actually, the place where the fire was is one block over there. Probably this building here that burned down. '81 was a doctor, maybe. So he heads over to the game shop to play arcade games. So we've got our arsonist. Do we need an alert? Well, if we had known about him ahead of time, we might have alerted when we went to visit him. But given that we didn't and stumbled on him, there's nothing more to alert to. You do an alert right before you go to a place that's dangerous. But I don't know where else to go now. Why did I put this over here? There's our Harrison Place. So I'm not sure what to do now. But it's Waterloo and Harrison, but this is Harrison Street and this is Harrison Place, and it actually is Harrison Place that the fire is. So I suspect that this is our unwed mother's building, not that place, one of these. So Harrison Place and Waterloo right there. All right, but I'm not sure what to do now. First of all, I think the theory of there being two people may not be right. It just may be the one. He's sort of a petty criminal, but he would do it for money. But I'm not sure. Are we supposed to figure out what Harrison Street is where he got hit? I see what you're saying. Well, what are our options? One option is to say, okay, we're ready to solve this case. We're going to go arrest Mark Chang. But we don't know who hired him. Should we be waiting to solve that? Was he meeting someone else? Did he have help? Well, forget about the part whether he had help. Is the limp from the accident? The limp in the mug book can't be from the accident. Oh, did Richard Clark said he had a limp? He's down here every night. Not till after he smelled like he'd been in a forest fire. His clothes smell like smoke. He shrugged it off. No, the white arsonist had a limp, and the woman hit a white man. He can't. The mug book limp can't be related to our case. That is before the case, and our guy was running away, so I don't think he got injured. But forget about the part of him operating alone. Forget about the part about him operating alone, whether he was or not. The only question about his partner that we should care about is who hired him, because the idea here is he was paid to set that arson. And we don't know how to find out why, although we do have other owners that we're going to buy it, and maybe that's the thing to look at. What about insurance company? Let's talk to these insurance companies. Someone paid him to do it. It was either for the records or insurance money. There's only a couple insurance companies here. All Right Insurance, Home Life Medical, Green Cross. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Holy dead. We just got it. Stop. Stop the clock. Stop. Let me show you the list of buyers and the insurance companies. What do you notice? Yeah, that's very fishy. One of the guys that's involved in buying the place has an insurance company. Baxter Trout. I think we just broke this case wide open. All right, let's find out where that is on the map, and let's play a little visit to Baxter Trout. All right, so Baxter Trout and Associates are at E22. All right. Let's find lowercase e 22 here. E22. Is that him at 274? Yes. Okay, so there's his insurance company. And the question is, should we run an alert? That's an interesting question. That's a very interesting question. So the question is, we think this guy's involved. Do we run an alert? Let's read the rules about how to think of alerts. I was thinking of it like you set the alert when you've got a dangerous person, but let's just see. Let's read about alerts. Well, that's arrests. Okay, alerts, and then we'll read arrests. Player must announce out loud if they are calling an alert. Prior to making a contact, an alert signifies that the player has taken extra precautions, such as calling for a cover unit before attempting to make contact. I think if it's a white-collar crime, it's probably not an alert. Cover unit. Yeah, I think if you're going to arrest a murderer or domestic violence, maybe you call an alert. But for the white collar crime, that guy's just going to hire a lawyer. He's not going to try to kill us. And most importantly, it doesn't say like an alert helps catch someone who's running away. It just says, there's that. Okay, so let's just knock on this guy's door. I think we're going to catch our guy. Seems like the channel is in basic agreement. Alerts are used for extra cover unit if someone tries to run out the back. And Tina says, what's the negative aspect of an alert? If you call an alert and you didn't need to, you lose you lose one turn. You think it's better to take a chance? The worst that will happen is we just learn a turn if we call an alert. But if we fail to call it when we need it, then we're in trouble. Rob says alerts are also used for extra cover. I mean, to catch someone running away. Is that true, though? It feels like it's more about being safe. But maybe at this point, we don't really care about an extra time. All right, should we call an alert just for the fun? Let's do it. All right, we're officially calling an alert. Let's put our little red marker so that we keep ourselves honest. We will lose a turn if that alert was unnecessary. Would they know we suspect them? We could just be following up the lawyer's leads. Yeah, I don't think we're going to need an alert, but better to waste 6 hours. All right, we're looking up Baxter. You ready? No, I guess we got to take a break first. Keep some suspense here. All right, we're going to take our 8-minute break a little bit early. When we come back, we're going to bang on that door, and I think we're going to catch this guy, and let's see what he says. Although you might expect if he's running the insurance company that he's not going to admit anything. Maybe we'll have to talk to his other people in his work in that group to have one who says that Baxter took out insurance. But Rob says alerts are not just for protection. It's extra hands on the job for any reason. Okay, all right. Debbie says, I'm honestly fine with ignoring the timesheet at this point. Well, we'll see. Okay, anyway, we'll take our 8-minute break. We'll come back. Are we done? Are we just about done? We might be. I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. Quite a bit of talking in the channel about how we could have found our guy. And Tina says, sympathy for Mr. Vengeance and Old Boy called it. Does that mean Greg's Revenge top 10 is up? Is that what you're talking about? We do have a couple leads. We're very curious how we could have found our informant. And Tina says, yes, Greg's top 10 revenge film list is up. Okay, so if you're bored of this video, you could go check out Greg's movie channel and see the review he and I did, the top 10 list of top revenge movies. There's a link to that channel on the About page of this YouTube, or you could wait until we finish this game. If you do stick around to the end, don't forget, I'm going to want to hear your thoughts on this system, how satisfying it was, comparisons to Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective, etc. All right, so let's go do our Baxter confrontation, and then we'll spend a couple minutes thinking about, well, we'll see where that leads us, and maybe we'll think about how we could have found our suspect a little bit better. Okay, so we've declared an alert, which is probably going to lose us some time because it doesn't seem like we need to, but just in case he tries to run out the back door. Although white-collar criminals don't do that, so I really think it's unnecessary. But let's see. He's more likely to just refuse to talk to us. Okay, so Baxter, if we talk to him in this game, we just go to Baxter Trout. So we're going to look up Trout Baxter. Okay. We still got an alert called. Here we go. Yes, I have a financial interest in the Sacred Heart property. However, my company also insures that property for the Catholic Archdiocese. We insure all of the Archdiocese property. Their policy was still in effect. It was to be in force until the building came down. Of course, we'll have to settle with them for the building, but under the circumstances, I'm sure we'll be able to work something out. I can't see how anyone could have come out ahead in this. Sure, you'll find it was simply an act of vandalism. I have a financial interest. My company also insures that property for the Catholic Archdiocese. This is what someone was saying in the channel. Okay, so let's do this first. The question from Joseph is, how do we know if an alert was used for or not? Okay, since it doesn't say alert here, that means we take our penalty. So we have to lose 2 time spots for this. Unless it says that there's an alert. So I'm jumping ahead 2 time spots. We're now on the 6th day of the case. If it doesn't say alert, that means you shouldn't have called an alert. If it should, then it would give us 2 options if we called it or if we didn't call it. So how do we want to solve this now? Because now he's saying, yeah, he's saying, yeah, I was the insurance agent for it. But he's saying it's actually going to hurt me because I'm going to have to pay out to the church that still owns it. Their policy was still in effect. This is what the chat said. The chat said, someone said, they didn't sell it yet, so how is he going to benefit? And I was thinking, well, he'll just backdate it. But now he's saying, guess what? I stand to lose money from this because my company is going to have to pay out insurance. And he says, but under the circumstances, I'm sure we'll be able to work something out. can't see how anyone could have come out ahead in this. Boy, that's such a coincidence, though. It does suggest that it's the archdiocese that's going to financially profit. Hmm. Oh, this makes life harder for us. It feels like such a coincidence that he's involved in buying it. And the insurance. But he's saying the church is going to profit from the fire. Debbie says, realistically, what we would do in this case is bring in Chang and interrogate him. Yes, you're right. Well, you have a good point. We don't know that that's not the end of this game, that we shouldn't just arrest him. It just feels like he's clearly doing it for pay. And who would have paid him? Rob says, it's true, but once you arrest someone, you end the game. So you have to come to your final conclusions. Joseph says, maybe a quick review of everything we've learned would help. I think you have a point. We found here's our little review. We found our arsonist. We know it's Mark Chang. We know he committed the arson and then ran into the arcade half hour later. One of our informants said, yeah, he would be the kind of person that would commit arson for some money, for pay. We have no motive. He's like a street crook that could have been hired. So the question is, who would hire him? We talked to the archdiocese guy. I wonder if we missed the chance to talk to the main guy by himself. Bishop Mason, let me just look at that again. Here's the Catholic bishop, what he said again. Let's see. He says, yes, it's in the process of being sold. Jim Ashton is handling the sale. As far as I understand, the fire hasn't affected the sale. It was the land they wanted. I have the responsibility to handle the church's business with discretion. I have no idea who might have started the fire. The building undoubtedly represents many things to many people. Unfortunately, in these changing times, the church cannot afford to maintain the institution the building once housed. But these are changing times. The building had outlived its usefulness. We did lose some records, but they were only of historic value. So is this guy the guy who likely hired him? And if so, how would we prove that? He's the bishop at 131. Let me just look this up again. Can we talk to anyone else at this place? St. Mary's Catholic Archdiocese. That's where we just went. And when we went to St. Mary's, that threw us here, right? Yeah, that's what sent us right here. There's no one else to talk to at St. Mary's about this guy. There's some discussion about whether it was supposed to be Harrison Place or Harrison Street. Here or here, I don't think it makes much of a difference. Eventually he runs off to the arcade here. "131 is the church. What church is this? 127? First Presbyterian Church. I'm gonna go to the First Presbyterian Church, which is right nearby. Maybe they know some gossip on St. Mary's Church. First Presbyterian. Just see if they have any gossip right near them that the fire happened. I don't know how to look up the number. First. No, it doesn't look like you can even look it up. Just gonna see if you can look up Presbyterian. No. Debbie says we never went to the location we originally identified. That's what I just tried to look up now, and I didn't find them in the book. Which I guess should eat up another time. What about the construction company? If the toolbox is relevant to us, I wonder if we could also talk to other people involved in purchasing the place. It seems like probably we should talk to the other people involved. Construction place. There was a construction place nearby. What was it? Association of Construction is right nearby. Let's look up Construction Association just to see if maybe they know something about the fire right next door. Maybe they're gonna claim that that's their toolbox. There's no entry for Construction Association. Is that what it would be under? Construction Association, or would it be under Association? Neither. Okay, no one answers the door. What about our allies? Anything we've overlooked here? We talked to the Chinatown guy. We talked to all of the downtown street news people. The only thing we didn't talk to here is the uniform missing at Bart's. I guess we could check that out. Well, we don't know this game enough to know if we should just be arresting our arsonist and he'll come clean on the rest. I'm going to just go visit Bart's on the very long shot that it has to do with that uniform. Seems very unlikely. Yeah, there's no entry for Bart's at all. Well, what does the channel say? We could try the other buyers. Joseph says, can we check one or two of those West Waterloo businesses? Maybe you ran into them after getting hit. You're saying the shop's in this direction, but we know he went to the arcade. We know he went this way. It doesn't tell us what direction he was running from after he got hit. He had to run this way. So we could have gone through past 43, 80, 414. I mean, we can look up what 80 and 414 are. See if any of them would have been open at night. One is a bank. That's 80, so that's not going to be useful to us. And I don't know why these places are too far away. Okay, let's look in the chat. Do you think the old man saw the suspect before he was hit? Sounds like it. 435 is a taxi company. Did he go into a taxi? That's an interesting idea, but he would have to have arrived by taxi because we know that after he started the fire, he went to the arcade. We could try talking to the fire chief. Fred Bates. Let's see if Bates will talk to us and shed any extra light with his expertise. I mean, he is, if it is arson, maybe Fred Bates knows information. Here's Fred Bates. I don't know what I can add to our initial report. It was a bad fire, worst fire we've had in this city in quite a while. No doubt in mind that it was arson. Who started the fire is anyone's guess. No help. There's no point in looking for who bought the gas because we've got our suspect, at least unless we think there are multiple suspects, but now I think there aren't. But how do we tie him to who funded him? And now we have to assume it has to be the church. But let's talk to one of our other buyers. Let's see if anyone can cast aspersions on someone. So We've got Zhang Yankovic. Let's talk to him. Here's Zeno Yankovic. Let's see what he says. Yes, I do have a financial interest in the Sacred Heart property. I have also designed the building. Mr. Campbell and the rest of my associates would like to put on the land. It's a 43-story office building, quite beautiful with a lot of dark glass. Mr. Campbell is still looking for tenants, but I'm sure we won't have any trouble. Office space is at a premium in this city. Nothing important. He's the architect. All right. How about Cyril Chadwick? I'm just talking to other people involved in the purchase of this, hoping to catch someone with some information. Here's Cyril Chadwick. He says, what's happening? Yes, I'm part of the investment group that purchased the Sacred Heart building. But to be honest with you, I'm something of a silent partner. Ned Campbell did all the negotiations. Ned is that sort of... Ned is good at that sort of thing, but not like his hot-headed brother Jack. Don't get me wrong now, I like Jack. It's just he has a history of doing some fairly irresponsible things. Interesting. Sounds like we want to talk to Jack Campbell. Yes, I've heard about that fire. Too bad. The building was something of a landmark, wasn't it? I understand our mayor had plans for the building. Well, guess he'll have to look elsewhere. I'm sure someone will put the land to good use, though I don't know who that might be. The Archdiocese drives a hard bargain. Take it easy. I'm moving it ahead. We're on 7-4 now. I moved it ahead 3 spaces. All right. Is this the break we've needed? We've got this group of people who are buying the building. Jack Campbell is involved in that. He's one of the people working with Ned Campbell, who's arranging the purchase. And he's a bit of a hothead. And he's now letting us know that it sounds like maybe there were some other additional plans for the building, which might be ramping up the price. The mayor had some plans for the building, and they were going to landmark it. And in order for this company to secure it, maybe he had to burn it down to ensure that they got it for a good price. And now that if they can arrange to get an insurance payout for it, everyone comes out ahead. Can we talk to the mayor? And landmark people, let's see. So in our directory, we actually find out who the mayor is, right? The mayor is Richard D. Charles. Let's look up Richard D. Charles. I just want to look up government landmark stuff in case there is one. Taxes, streets, parks, sales, and property. Federal courts. All right, let's look up the mayor. Maybe he'll talk to us and tell us about what their plans were. Richard Charles. All right, looks like he's going to talk to us. What? All I can say is I was interested in the building. It's a prime piece of downtown real estate, not to mention a historic building. I would have liked to save the building. It was a marvelous piece of architecture. I'm sure the city would have put it to good use. Anyway, I understand a group of investors headed by Ned Campbell already had the deal sewn up. Turn to a word section and link to anonymous tips. What the hell? Even if we don't have an alert? Why would the mayor send us to an alert section? All right, well, let's look up alerts. Anonymous tips. An anonymous female caller has left a message with the mayor's secretary. She claims that the Lord burned that evil building to the ground. The Lord burned that evil building to the ground. Yeah, so it's not an alert. It's just a special section where there's extra stuff here. An anonymous female caller. The Lord burned that evil building to the ground. Now it's an evil building? How many demerits? I'm going to advance the case. We're on the 8th day now. I think that what we've got here is classic case of developer wants to buy the building and the developers have burned it down to ensure that they can buy it instead of the mayor and the city interfering. Like, the way I see it is that the way I see the most likely case is that developers want to get hold of this prime real estate, have got a deal almost worked out, and now they get a sniff that the city is going to buy this land, mark it as a landmark, and preserve the church. And they're like, the only way we can preserve this deal and make it go through is we burn it down. The church gets the money from the arson. We get to buy the property. We make a fortune. So they've arranged it. And now they're making a call just to throw suspicion away from them. So my gut tells me that it's Jack Campbell who's arranged the arson. But the question is, how on earth would we prove any of that? Jack Campbell has no work. Do we need to prove it? do we need to prove it? You could check if any money was taken out of bank. Doesn't seem like it's going to be enough, though. Well, let's have a talk. The mayor was going to... They were going to try to purchase it out from the developer's hands. There was one developer we haven't talked to yet, Harold Arbers or Albers. I think we're going to need to talk about whether it's time to try to save this case, solve this case, and how. Arbers. Harold Alberts. Okay, here's our last person who was involved in this buying of the thing. Yes, I'm one of the partners in the Sacred Heart building. I knew Ned was negotiating with Jim Ashen. Jim is representing the Archdiocese. I was surprised to hear about the fire. Of course, all our group was interested in was the land, but in a way, I'm a little sorry to see that old building go. Okay, not useful for us. All right, let me see. What did the chat have to say? I'm getting my alert here. The score is based on who you arrest. No proof is really necessary, but you do score negative if you arrest someone innocent. And I can see the chat has done its thing where it's lost connection, which is okay. I just won't get the light. I still don't get why burn the building if it was set to be demolished. I think if we find that, we have the case. Okay. I think we've misunderstood it a little bit. Debbie has to leave. I think, Joseph, we've misunderstood it. The sale has not gone through yet. This buyer group is negotiating to buy the building, but it hasn't happened yet. They've almost come to an agreement. And I think what we've got is that the sale was about to be derailed. The mayor was about to lead a purchase of this property to landmark it. So I think the buying group may have been in a very tough position. They either may have been in a bidding war, or they had to find some way to make the landmark sale by the city fall through. So the sale hasn't happened yet. And I think what we've discovered is that the mayor was going to lead a move to purchase the property, maybe even have the city designated a landmark so it couldn't be sold and razed. And it was that emergency that's now triggered the buying group, who were going to make millions off this property, to quickly create a fire to destroy the property so that there'd be no incentive to preserve it. So I think I'm ready to arrest Jack Campbell. I don't have good proof about it, but it feels to me like he's the reckless one in the family who knew about all this and has organized this last-minute arson so that he can help the sale go through. I just wish there was some way. I just don't know if it's dangerous to try to arrest him without hard evidence. It could be that this entire group is behind the arson, but it feels like if there's one person, it's going to be Jack Campbell, the reckless brother, who's also involved in the buying group. And it's not going to be the insurance guy because he has to pay out the money. So I think it's going to be Jack Campbell. Let's take out our mug book. Let's just make sure Jack Campbell doesn't have a criminal history, and maybe we'll see if our main guy does. I mean, if there's any other connection we can make. All right, so there's no Jack Campbell. We can look up our primary suspect again. Make sure there's no way to tie him to Jack. Alias number 1. All right, well, I think it's probably time for us. The mayor only wants the building as a landmark, not the land. And that's not the way it works. Is when the city declares something a landmark, you can't do anything with that property. If the city says, okay, that church is a historic landmark, the church can now no longer sell it to someone who wants to build property on it. That's just locked in. All the sales are canceled. No one can build on it. That land is good forever. So if that happened, that would kill the deal. Can we use any of their race deals next to their name to narrow it down? Maybe one of them was the other accomplice. I don't think there is another accomplice. Is Jack Campbell in the laser photos by any chance? All right, let's quickly look for these. Just quickly looking for Jack Campbell. See if he's got any history. I think our original theory that there was multiple arsonists is wrong. It's going to turn out that there wasn't. I think it was an interesting idea. Nope. I don't think we have any evidence that there's another accomplice. I suppose our best bet for that would be to go to the hardware store and find who bought the canisters if we really thought that that was a possibility. We could try a hardware store too if we really wanted to be sure. If we want to pick one hardware store for the fun of it, we could try, let's see. Let's just try one of them for the hell of it. Remember, let's see, Jim's Hardware. I'll just look. So remember that the idea was that the 5-gallon gas containers. No, there's no hardware store. I'm advancing our clock. So we could go to a hardware store. How would you... We're told 5-gallon containers. How do you get them there? One person can't, not even one person can't carry them. I mean, you'd need a big truck to plant them in there. And maybe we're overthinking it. I think it might be time, especially for our first case, to try to arrest someone. It might be time for us. We might have gotten all we can get. I see there are other Campbells. Is it possible they're all brothers and we could get information from one of them from the other? I'll look up more Campbells, see if any of them will tell them they're brothers. Campbell Jack. Oh, look at this. It's interesting. So there is another Campbell. Look what he says. Yes, Jack. Ned and Jack are my sons. They've always been fiercely competitive, but when it comes down to it, I'm sure they love each other very much. They've been working together on this downtown project. Ned has always been the more diplomatic of the two. Jack was always ready to go to blows with whoever stood in his way. Fortunately, Ned was usually around to settle things peacefully. All right, so Jack, again, is the hothead. Nice little detail, though, that you could talk to the father about his sons. Campbell's soup can opener in the toolbox solved. All right, what do you think? Shall we try to arrest our arsonist and or what's the and optionally the Jack Campbell? Joseph says, so is the theory that Jack devised the plan, hired Mark Chang to burn it down? Yes. Both of them are responsible. That's my guess. We don't have much evidence against Jack, but I'm ready to accuse him. I'm ready to bet my future on the... So both of them are responsible. Yeah, but it's not clear to me whether the game wants us to accuse the mastermind or just the arsonist. And I feel like there had to be some other ways we could find it out, but I'm not sure. What was Jack's listed profession? It wasn't. He's not listed as having a profession. He's listed in the directory with an asterisk. So I think I am ready to arrest them both. Let's see. You can also do a search warrant, but we don't know what place to search. So I think, I mean, that is important. You can choose not to arrest someone, but to do a search warrant if you think evidence is going to be found in a certain place. And it may be that the game penalizes you if you arrest someone before they're ready to arrest. Or it may be that the game doesn't care whether you say search warrant or arrest. I'm not sure there'd be evidence you'd find in a search warrant of Jack Campbell's place. You just want to find him paying off Mark Chang, our arsonist, and I'm not sure he would be dumb enough to put that on paper. Okay. Rob says, this is an interesting twist in the game I hadn't thought about, deciding who to arrest when there's multiple suspects. And Tina says, do we arrest them or just Chang? Joseph says, I think we arrest both. Mayor got in Jack's way. Jack goes to eccentric lengths and burns it down. Seems like a solid answer to this case. And Tina says something about the toolbox and how we haven't used it. I agree, it's confusing, but I don't see how it's relevant. It's hard to know what the game wants from us, but if we're only going to get one shot to end this case, it seems like we should march into our boss's office and say, it's Mark Chang who's the arsonist, but there's someone who hired him, and we think it's Jack Campbell. If we don't mention Jack Campbell, it seems like we've missed identifying who's really to blame here. So I'm going to vote for Jack Campbell and Mark Chang. The game doesn't have, you might expect the game to have big warnings about like, don't arrest people without evidence. But since the game is not saying that, it feels like that's a key part for us to figure out. Maybe if there was a coffee shop near the arcade, you might expect that that's where they'd hang out. Let me just see what these places are around the arcade. So 452 was the Galaxy Video Games. That's where the guy hung out after the fire. And where he goes every night. Next door to that is next door to the Galaxy Video Arcade is this insurance company right here. I think we might have to stop in to make sure that Jack doesn't work for All Right Insurance or something. All Right Insurance. Let me just look up. Is it possible someone else had another policy out? No, there's no entry for that. It's a coincidence, I guess. All right, what do you think, folks? Don't forget the ward. We have eyewitness testimony. Arrest the ward. Civic Association Construction. Just looking for places nearby this. Better Business Bureau. Doesn't seem like it. All right, what's it going to be? Jonathan says, I'm ready to see the solution. I vote for the Bishop and Chang. Similar reason, the Bishop wanted the insurance and more money from developers versus government. That's a little, it's a little scary because absent any information, you're right that it's the Bishop that stands in the best position to gain extra money from the fire. And we don't have a good reason. That would also be a good argument for the why we should only arrest the arsonist, because it could be the Bishop. Maybe the Bishop could have started his own fire. Time sequence chart says, all right, I'll move it 2 steps ahead. All right, we're on the 9th day. it's time to... All right, everyone get on the record. Do your votes. Vote for who you say it is. We're down to 12 viewers. We've lost most of our audience. That's just how it goes. We're on our 9th day. We're going to make an arrest. All you got to do is get on the record who you think we should arrest. Clearly, we know the arsonist is Mark Chang. So the only question is, do you just arrest Mark Chang? Do you arrest Mark Chang and Jack Campbell? Or do you want to arrest Mark Chang and the bishop or someone else? And Tina says she votes just for Chang. Joseph Mew says vote Jack. I think you have to type vote for. I think you have to say vote for. So type, everyone who's listening, to get the vote to work, you got to type vote for and then what you want to vote for. Oh, you know what it may be? It may have lost. All right, I've lost the connection. I can't bring it back. All right, we're just going to look in the chat then. I'm going to have to figure out how to fix that bug later. So it looks like, let me see here. Joseph Mayu is voting Jack and Chang. Jonathan, Bishop and Chang. And Tina says just Chang. TJ Muniket says just Chang. Okay. Sorry that my voting system broke. Whatever it is that loses the connection occasionally, I have to figure out a way to reset it. John Bartula says ultimately Jack. Okay. So we got one more on the Jack Campbell path. Okay, here we go. Do we need to have another break? I wouldn't be surprised if we're just supposed to do Chang and he spills the beans. I agree. I'm also not sure. All right, well, let's read the solution and then we'll take a break and talk about it, rather than take a break first. No, I guess we got to take a break first. Keep the suspense going. All right, we're going to take our 8-minute break here. Then we'll come back, we'll read the solution and talk about the game. So have your thoughts ready. If you're in here for 4 hours, what's another 8 minutes gonna hurt you? I'll see you in 8 minutes. Okay, we're back. We're ready to solve this case. I've posted a link to Greg's top 10 revenge film list if you want to check that out. All right, we're going to try to solve this case. Everyone's on the record. Since I am the one playing here, I am going to officially choose to arrest Chang and Jack Campbell, but I'm going to make a recommendation to the chief that maybe he just brings in Jack Campbell and tries to pressure him. Maybe don't arrest him right off the bat, but if you have to, you're eventually going to arrest him. And Tina says, however, that against what we found out, I still think there might be two arsonists. It's going to be fascinating. We're just learning this game system. There are 30 cases. Rob, who's seen behind the scenes here, says case 2 is super long. We've already spent 4.5 hours on case 1, although a good hour and a half was just doing the introduction. But I'm very curious to see how this unfolds and what we might have missed. Looks like there are a bunch of people in the channel that think there are two arsonists. All right. Let's see what the solution is, how it works, and then I want to talk about the game, our expectations, what you thought from a game design perspective. So we'll solve it, we'll read the solution, and then I'd like to hear your thoughts. All right, so according to the rules, when we're ready, we declare out loud who we're going to be arrested or where to do a search warrant. So if we thought there's a place to execute a search warrant instead, we could do that, but we're just going to do the arrests. And then we turn to the solutions, we read the solution, and then if there were multiple people, you would, if you got it completely right, you would declare it. You'd say the game's over, I solved it. If you got something wrong, the rest of the group would continue playing. Do we need to look at our crime scene report one last time before we do it? This was very strange to us that we didn't have any use for this. Tool chest with generic stuff. 5-gallon gas cans. It's so much gas. That's the weird part. But you could buy them anywhere. We went to one hardware store. This is one of these things where we don't know the feel for this game. We could check every hardware store to see who bought them, but we're just going to get our arsonist, so I think we're done. Okay, solutions and scoring, page 78. Here we go. This is a little nerve-wracking. All right, so it's tiny, tiny text here. Let us see if we can't read this with the zoom in. Oh, that's tough. Tuesday, January 3rd, 8:14 p.m. Investigation began on 2/1. Waterloo and Harrison Place. Solution. Due to budget cuts, the Catholic Archdiocese could no longer maintain the 75-year-old Sacred Heart Home for Unwed Mothers. The building had become an eyesore, and renovation would have cost the church more than they were willing to spend. Fortunately for the Archdiocese, demand for real estate in the downtown area had soared in recent years, and prices reflected the increased demand. For Bishop Mason, however, the Sacred Heart building presented somewhat of a dilemma. Several years earlier, the Archdiocese was criticized in a series of articles that ran in the Metro City Star. Let me just pause it for a second. I looked up the Metro City Star to find this information, and I didn't find it. Let me just make sure I didn't make a mistake, because that would change everything. Yeah, there's no entry for us in Metro City Star. Okay. So all this stuff it's telling us about, somehow we couldn't find out about, even though we wanted to. The bishop was accused of wielding his influence in the archdiocese real estate transactions in order to reap unprecedented profits. we had known this, I think we might have been more likely to accuse the bishop. The newspaper series was heavy on accusation and light on substantial proof, but the bottom line was the negative publicity aimed at the bishop and the archdiocese. It was a stroke of luck then when James Ashen, the attorney representing the archdiocese, located an investment group interested in buying the Sacred Heart property before it officially went on the market. The group's intent was to bring down the building and build an office complex. To the archdiocese, the investment group provided a swift and quiet means of selling the property without subjecting the bishop or the church to another expose in the local press. The investment group, headed by Ned Campbell, came to an agreement with Ashen on Monday, January 2nd, the day before the fire. Ironically, the agreement came too late to stop Ned Campbell's overzealous brother, Jack, from hiring former Chinatown street gang leader Mark Chang to torch the building. Jack's actions were the result of an announcement by Mayor Charles on the morning of the 2nd that the city was extremely interested in acquiring the building. Jack, renowned for his recklessness, reasoned that the city would quickly lose interest in the building if it were reduced to rubble. Although Ned suspected that his brother may have had something to do with the fire, Jack maintained his innocence. As long as Chang, who had been paid well for the dirty deed, kept quiet, Jack assured himself the investigation into the derelict building's arson would quickly blow over. Scoring. For arresting Jack Campbell and Mark Chang, both suspects. That's what I did, and that's what a couple other people did. Okay, on or after 6-3, 1 merit point. It took us 9 days to get there. So actually, we only got 1 merit point because it took us so long. But if you arrested one of them, you still get a merit point? What kind of bullshit is this? That's bullshit. Those of you who only arrested one of them can't possibly get the same merit points as we get. Or do we have to divide by 3 like we normally divide by 3 to get playtime? If we divide by 3, then it's only been 1 day. If you did a false arrest before 4-3, you lose 4 demerits. If you did a false arrest later on, 1 time spot or later, that's very weird. These are these things that these rules get made up without playtesting. Okay, and then here's a reminder of our key clues. If you talk to Jack Campbell, if you talk to the father, the brother, Chadwick Lin Chang, Mark Chang, Richard Clark. We talked to all these people, so we talked to all the key witnesses. This is bullshit that you guys get 1 merit point even if you only arrested one of them. Okay, but some of you tried to arrest the bishop, so you would lose 2 demerits for that. The highest points is if you arrested them both on 3-1. That would mean after you took 4 turns, which is insanity. All right, let's look at the chat here. Jonathan says, -1 points for me. All right, we're going to give ourselves 2 points. I'm going to give myself two demerit points. Because if you arrested both successfully, I'm going to give us 2 merit points. Counter to the rules. This is how you play the 80s game. Here's the deal you make. They can make up these bullshit rules that aren't play tested, that have nothing to do with anything, and I'm allowed to make up my own house rules. So case 1, I'm going to give myself 2 merit points. Anyone who arrested with me, both Mark Chang and Jack Campbell, you can give yourself 2 merit points. I'm just going to put 1 as official. and one is going to be self-promotion. All right. And this was on 9/17. All right, and no demerit for us. 10 merit points. How on earth are you supposed to get it after day 3? Okay, let's see what everyone else has decided to do. Joseph says, we barely talked to the witnesses by 3-1. John Bartula is upset that the game didn't state you could arrest more than one person. Oh, yes, it did. Oh, yes, it did. It said very clearly. It says, if a player wishes to make an arrest, a number of arrests, or create a search warrants, who is to be arrested, which places to be searched. So yeah, there are arrests, multiple arrests, search warrants. Yeah, you're. It said very clearly there could be multiple people. Okay, but we now have learned something very important. That it was. I mean, we were just learning this game, so we didn't know what to expect. But now we know we've learned something. This game doesn't seem to care that much about evidence. Once it was happy that we figured out who to arrest, and it didn't challenge us to prove it. So now we know going forward, when we think we know who did it, we just arrest them. John says, it seems this game might work better in the multiplayer mode where you have multiple players follow up multiple leads in a single turn. You still have to try and read your fellow players. That's right. A little bit, it's got a little bit of a feel of Detective City of Angels, where you're watching where people go. You don't know what they're reading, but you're watching what they do. Joseph May says, if we would have had a copy of the Star like in Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective, I think the solution would have been more satisfying. It is weird that we weren't allowed to read an entry on the Metro Star. Very strange. It feels like that was overlooked. I don't know why that would be. Just see if that was an overlooked thing. So, Rob, if you have this OCR'd, you can search. I don't know if you do have the Clue Book OCR'd. If you do, though, you could search for our case number and see if, there's no more. See if there's more entries here. I would be very curious to see if there are entries that we missed. However, I do believe, looking at the important leads section that it gave us, that we did go to all the important leads, did we not? Is there any lead here we didn't go to? Any of the important leads that we didn't go to? Don't look at this one. What? Why is it not zooming in? Is there anyone we didn't go to? Cyril, these are all owners. These are all the buyers. These are all the buyers. And Ling Chan was our informant that sent us to Mark Chang. So it doesn't look like there was a better... It's very strange that there was no better way to find our arsonist. Maybe, as someone pointed out, the name of this game is Mug Book, so maybe they do expect you to spend more time studying the Mug Book. And that's what Entina is talking about here. All right, so let's talk about this game. I'm a little bit uncertain here, but I guess you could say I'm pleasantly surprised. I do think, it's a little inelegant. It's a little clunky compared to Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective. And it definitely feels sort of less exciting to be moving around on this map. And it's definitely clunky the way you look up people. I don't love that. And I don't love having to go through multiple steps to find a business location and where it is. On the other hand, I guess I expected that the move to these short, like one-line entries in the clue book, I expected that would ruin the experience. Rob says, I uploaded a PDF with the case one context, but YouTube censors the link. Okay, well, you could post it in a comment. It's in the same folder as the other PMP. Okay, so that would be useful. This is a good time to mention, though, that there is a Discord for this channel. If you're interested in this channel, I'm there most hours of the day. You'll find a link to that on the About page of this YouTube channel. Also on that About page, you'll find a link to the Board Game Geek Guild for the channel, where most of the long-form discussion and where we plan out what games to play next. If you're interested in playing more Mug Book, that would be the place to go post in the game queue and said, hey, I want to play Case 2. Rob says Case 2 is very long, so maybe we will jump into that again. But I guess I'm surprised. I'm surprised that the shorter text entries here didn't lead to a completely unsatisfying, uninteresting case. It's clear that part of the real joy of playing Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective is feeling like you're reading a book, a story, a short story, or a novel, and all of the nice dialogue. And we don't get any of that here. So you might think, the way I did, that this is going to be a completely boring, uninteresting game. But it wasn't the case. It was actually quite interesting. And part of what made it interesting was that we very quickly didn't have a list of leads to follow. In Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective, it's very often that we will play the entire case, an entire game, where we've always got a queue of people to visit and talk to. And we rarely get to a bottleneck where we don't know where to go next. Whether that's because we're just getting used to this system or not, we were, much of the time in this case, sort of left where we weren't really sure where to go to get information. Now, maybe that was just thinking, maybe I'm sugarcoating it, and maybe it was the case that there were no great, clear places to go. But it kind of had a different feel to it, right? Didn't it have a little bit more of a feel like... It felt more like we were doing police work where most of our leads weren't useful. But somehow that felt okay because it meant most of the time we just got no entries or a little bit of entry. It had a different feel. And not an unpleasant one. It felt like a different kind of game. And it felt like maybe the idea of the case, the philosophy of the case was different. It felt more like shoe leather police work. So where Sherlock Holmes is sort of like we're immersed in this world, having these interesting discussions. There might be some dead ends and red herrings, but they're always interesting and we're in it for the dialogue. Here it felt more like we're just taking these shots at all these different possibilities. Most of the time, nothing. Then we got a little bit of a hit. Little bit of a hit. And the idea that we eventually pieced it together with very sparse information. Everything's very sparse here and economical. A very different feel, but not not unpleasant. And these extra mechanics of the alert and the final arrest and penalties, that's not terrible. It did add an extra element of worry when we go to a place, when we make a decision about who to arrest. We agonized over it. We had agonizing decisions to make, and that was fun. Rob says, the game was harder and longer than I expected. I missed the long narrative text from Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective. The case was logical and coherent. It felt like it emulates real police work pretty well. Joseph says, I agree, Rob, aside from my thoughts about the newspaper article in the Archdiocese. Rob says, it was fun watching when I knew the solution. You did well. Took a little long, but that's understandable because it's a new system. Jesse needs to practice with the time chart, though. Yes, all fair, but we should take a moment to recognize that I was right in my core understanding of the case. And my instinct to arrest both of them was right on the money. All he said was a flap about the star. That's literally it. No way one could have figured out the stuff from that clue. That's absolutely true. That was a weird thing that they mentioned that and then you couldn't read about it. But it did throw, you could complain about this. This is these interesting cases where, like, it's easy to complain that there was no way to read in the newspaper about what happened to the archdiocese and the bishop and what was the article in the Star that created a scandal. On the other hand, it's very possible that if you look at it from the other direction, it was just enough suspicion thrown on the church and the bishop that it was very tempting to suspect the bishop, and a couple of our people did blame the bishop. So, I mean, like, if the paper had given all that information, then maybe we could have ruled him out too easily. This did require us to have some leaps of logic and just go with our instinct about who to arrest. But now we've seen how that works. Rob says, Jesse had 100% right. He's just a bit slow. Well, I've long said on this channel, I come from a long family of slow but deep thinkers. I would have liked it to explain to us how those 5-gallon drums of gasoline got in there and everything, but the cases will say if it wants a search warrant versus arrest, says Rob. Okay, so the case, we almost forgot to read that part in the book where it says, what does it want from us? And Rob says, the cases that want search warrants will tell us that. Okay. I enjoyed this. I would play case 2. Rob has been telling me don't play case 2. It's the longest, most involved one. I think we're ready for case 2, though. I think we play them in order, and we play case 2 next. We're going to have to set aside a big block of time, maybe even more than one day for it. I'm up for it. Any other final thoughts on the experience? It's not better than Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective. Sherlock Holmes Consulting Detective is a better, cleaner system. But I like that this one feels a little different. It's a different experience. There's 30 cases in this book. That's no joke. I would have liked a little bit more spatial stuff, like figuring out this was near this, so this was a witness. But I like the no-nonsense stuff. So the toolbox was a total red herring. It feels like, and the witnesses were a little bit incompatible. So that's another way this case differs. It feels like a little bit like Razorhurst by John Keane, an amazing print and play game that we played. If you haven't tried that, you should check it out. And that's based on true story. And this does feel like, on the balance of scales, when they were designing these cases, they leaned a little more heavily towards realism. That means that witnesses may be inconsistent because real witnesses will be inconsistent. Maybe you have to search through the mugshots to find your criminal. Maybe you have to expect that you have to hit 10 leads and get 9 misses before you stumble on the right one. Rob says case 2 is at least 3 times the size of this one. All right. Well, I've said this before, I'll say it again. The pleasure in these games comes largely from having such a great group to share the experience with. This was a team effort. Any game that has us voting differently at the end is also deserves some credit. That's always satisfying. Rob says, the game is realistic in the way it gave that report, which really had nothing useful for the investigation and how witnesses are unreliable. Yeah, that was fascinating that that report on the toolbox was useless. It did set the tone. I mean, it's weird. I would have expected the first case to be easier and more straightforward, but it does seem like it set some expectations for us that we can't really trust the witnesses, and maybe we're going to have to search through the mug book better, and these reports could be total red herrings. Some evidence is going to be unhelpful. Fascinating. Did you look under the Star Publisher name? This is my first live with you. Don't have any help pages. Yeah, I looked up it. I looked up Star and I looked up Metro Star, which is the official name of the paper. There is an entry for the Metro Star paper, which is clearly what this was about. The Metro City Star, and even a link to the editor of it, but it's all for different cases, not for our case. So for some reason, they didn't have an entry for our case. I don't really understand why, but there you have it. Okay, a pleasure, fun. On the Board Game Geek Guild for this channel, in the Game Queue section thread, we'll be talking about when to play case 2. It may be a while, but maybe if we don't wait too long, it'll still be fresh enough in our head. Keep your notepads for how many demerits you have. It may affect you negatively in the future. I think case 2 is next for us. All right, a pleasure as always. I'll see you on the next live stream, which I don't know when it will be, probably sometime this week. In October, we're going to play lots of Halloween creepy, scary games. Thanks again to Rob for preparing the documents that people can download and play along with. If you have any other thoughts, if you're watching this not live, but after the facts, please do leave your comments on the video. I'd love to hear what you thought of the case, whether you think we should play more of it. Jonathan, I'm glad you could come by and visit as well. Maybe we'll play all 30 cases. All right, I'll see you next time.